the 16th, we're having a lecture. It's the fifth or fourth in our lecture series. Our lecturer, our presenter, is Carl Lewis. Carl Lewis. Carl Moore is a better way to, his real name is Moore. Carl Moore, all right? Carl Moore. And Carl Moore will be to tell you about Pahrump. We've been very fortunate this lecture series period to have all Pahrump's people to talk about history of Pahrump. So if you want to get smart, come down and listen to what these people have to say. Carl's going to talk about growing up here in the Pahrump Valley before there was electricity. A lot of you probably know the history of the Floyd family and the Floyd Ace hardware that exists today. That's there because of the electricity. They were the first to furnish the implements that you needed to place electricity in your home. So when you lived without electricity and they ran a line down by your house, how in the hell do you get it to your house and how do you run it around your house? They made a lot of money selling all the parts that go inside your house, receptacles for the light bulbs and for the cords and everything. Come and hear the story, and he'll tell you about how Pahrump grew while he was growing up. It'll be a great story. My experience with these people that have lived here, when they tell the history, they say things that they think are very matter-of-fact. They turn out to be enjoyable, sometimes very comical, and you'll enjoy yourself. It's absolutely free. 1 o'clock this Saturday at the museum. The museum is open for this lecture series. And I'm sure you'll enjoy yourself. You'll be able to see the museum as well while you're there. You will be able to see, if you wish, the room where we're going to have the lecture is the room where the new Yucca Mountain exhibit is in there. It's a very, very expensive, large government exhibit that's in there. You'll have a chance to see it before it's actually publicly unveiled. And lastly, I want to touch, Ms. Zendersby told us about May West Fest, but there was a couple of things I wanted to bring up. Mother's Day at the Nugget in the parking lot is May West Day 2 days, Mother's Day and the day before. It will feature crafts, children's events, but it will have cars and motorcycles. There is for the people that are interested, there is poker run for the cars and a poker run for the motorcycles. If you don't know about poker run, I'm sure they'll explain it too. If you know about poker run, you'd probably be excited about entering. Cash prizes. On Saturday evening in the event center at the Nugget, there is a very nice show being put on by the kid wizards that play the violins and all that sort of thing. That is a pay event, but everything else is free. Come out and enjoy yourself for a couple of days there. That's all.
Thank you very much. Any further announcements? With that, we'll go to public comment.
All right.
No, can I say one thing about, add to Mr. Huff's deal about the May West Fest, if I may?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Also, along with the May West Fest, there's, like Mr. Huff stated, that there's the poker runs and stuff. There will also be a tricycle parade for all the kids where they decorate their bicycles and stuff up, and there will be ribbons and prizes given to the kids also. So it incorporates the whole family on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We all set?
Floor is yours.
All right. I'm Louis DeCanio. I'm an 8-year resident and homeowner of Pahrump. Recently, I spoke to the Nye County Commissioners and asked them, why does Pahrump and Nye County hire law firms from Reno and Las Vegas rather than local law firms? And it's also rumored that the Reno law firm charges $350 per hour. They told me to talk to a Mr. Wayne Carlson of Pool Pack concerning this question. On March 23, 2011 at 6:30 p.m., Mr. Carlson from Pool Pack scheduled a meeting here in Pahrump at the Commissioner Chambers, which we are in tonight. Myself and several other citizens showed up to the meeting to ask Mr. Carlson why he hires out-of-town law firms. Upon arriving, we realized the building was empty and we were the only people here and the meeting was canceled. There was no sign on any door indicating the time and location of the meeting was changed. Later, I found out the meeting was rescheduled to an earlier time and the location was moved to the Pahrump Town Fire Station, whereas only a certain few people were emailed about the new time and location. According to the Pahrump Valley Times, Mr. Carlson stated he observed our town board meetings and compared it to a Jerry Springer show. But he also stated he had a way of diffusing the few malcontent individuals that speak during the public comment portion of the town board meetings. Well, I'd like to inform Mr. Carlson that these so-called malcontents are residents, citizens, taxpayers, voters, veterans, and proud Americans that believe in our constitutional right to free speech, and that neither him or anyone else will ever take that right away from the American people without a fight. That slick maneuver by Mr. Wayne Carlson clearly shows his intentions are not in our best interest. It's no secret that our local economy is hurting very badly, and hiring local should always be a preference, and hiring out-of-town people should always be a last resort. Projects in Pahrump getting accomplished is the equivalent of a dog chasing its tail. Everything gets discussed to death, but nothing gets accomplished or finalized. I believe for the town of Pahrump to get back on its feet, Pahrump must be run like a fine-tuned business, whereas the town board members would be like the board of directors, with power and authority to make decisions that would be implemented in a timely manner. But with that power and authority comes accountability. If the town board makes decisions which helps our community, then they will be doing the job they're elected to do. But if they make bad decisions, then as Mr. Wayne Carlson says, they'll have to continue to listen to us malcontents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don Cox, resident of Pahrump. I brought this up at the last town board members and I was ignored. So I'm going to bring it up to the new board. We have certain people in this town that hasn't been recognized as you've been doing lately. And I'd like to give their names and see if somebody up there will do it this time. Bill Mankins. He basically built Honeysuckle Park. Pat Mankins used to be a county commissioner. Diana Stiles, wasn't for her, we wouldn't have a TV in this valley. And there's something I don't see in this building, I see in every complex in the county of Clark, when they go into their meetings, is the Board of County Commissioners. There's no pictures, there's nothing. I know that's their problem, and I see one of them's here tonight, but they need to be, even though if you like them or not, they need to have their faces up here so people know who they're looking at when they're out in the public. But I'd like to see some kind of a plaque, even for Mr. Rudd at the community center. These people have done stuff here above and beyond that anybody else has ever done in this town. And I think they need to be recognized. And I hope somebody up there will do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Dolan, resident, homeowner, and taxpayer. It's been brought to my attention recently that 9 members, consisting of members from the Convention Authority, PVTCC, this board, and town staff went to Rural Roundup. I think that's a little excessive spending of the room tax money for 9 people to go to a day-and-a-half meeting. And I would like to know if that request was before this board to expend those funds prior to them going, as it is supposed to be under their rules and regulations. Residents have a right to know that the money's being wasted for no reason.
Butch Harper, resident, 17 years. I didn't even realize it was volunteer week, and I just wanted to say there was a few people in this town that I admire, and they gained my respect. One is Jan Lindsay. She runs the RSVP in the town. And I cut things out of the newspaper and I keep them just to remind me of some of the phrases that people say. And, oh, I gotta find it now. Old date setting in. Anyway, I'll just say it in my own words. When you're a volunteer, you don't get paid. The volunteers in our town now that take care of the seniors that go to help the caregivers. They give them 4 hours a week. $20 a month they get for gas. Them people, I admire wholeheartedly. I was a caregiver for 12 years with my wife. Never asked for help. and I know how hard it is to get out and just do a little bit of shopping, 4 hours to yourself, even if you do take a ride. So I'd just like to mention Jan Lindsay. Another one is Mr. Waters, and I ask his wife every once in a while, do you realize what your husband looks like? The guy's never home. I can't catch him. I got to catch him on a run. And he gained my respect, not because he's a military man and I'm a veteran, but he does do an awful lot for this town. And another person, I'm waiting for this person to blow up one of these days. And he earned my respect an awful lot. That's Harley Calkins. Harley used to sit up here and look up at everybody. He had his words, a very honest man. He said what he felt he had to say, and he said it. But now he's on the inside looking out. And Harley said it was last month, if you want to do Bill Colbert's job, spend the day with him. It's not easy. You know, people can say what they want to say about me, and I could care less. I've been called an awful lot of names, but I got to recognize people for what they are. And Harley, I'm still waiting. I got my protective gear out in my car, and I'm waiting for you to blow up, but you've been handling it very, very calmly. And not taking away from any of the town board members or the town manager, but it's a hard job. And I could not sit up there and listen to some of the comments and just sit there and calmly and say, hey, I'm not going to take it, but I will. I couldn't do it. I'd be out here on the floor somewhere out in the parking lot. So I just want to say thank you for each and every one of you and all the volunteers in this town. Steffens at $28 a month, at the most $127 for a whole month's work. They deserve the recognition. Thank you.
Yeah, Bruce Cawley, C-A-L-L-E-Y, happy camper. At the last meeting, we had a co-chair taking a seat as Mr. Darby was ill. She chose to change the order of the official agenda of the meeting. Just took it upon herself. She wanted to put one of her committee chairs in front of the other people that took their time to come to the meeting that also had to work the next day. When she was advised that this was an improper move, she referred to Mr. Armstrong over here. Mr. Armstrong advised her that it was all right to do it. Well, we're paying him $200,000 a year, so he ought to read Robert's Rules of Order, which his committee adopted a year or so ago. And I believe we're still under the rules of Rule number 23, taking up business out of its proper order. I got the 9th edition I'm reading out of here. This is the official latest one. After an agenda or program has been adopted by the Assembly, no change can be made in it except by a 2/3 vote or by unanimous consent. The chair himself cannot depart from the prescribed order of business. Okay, that clarifies it. When someone stands up here and tells you that you're doing something wrong, we should give them the respect or the courtesy to find out if you are or not. NRS 24140, which we are also under the guidance of. Each member of a public body who attends a meeting of the public body where an action is taken in violation of any provision of this chapter or the rules which were officially adopted by the board, with knowledge of the fact that the meeting is in violation thereof, is guilty of a misdemeanor. The Attorney General shall investigate and prosecute any violation of this chapter. So before you take your committee chairman and move her up to the front of the order, making all the other people sit and wait, I would suggest you read the rules. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Bob Irving, and I have a couple of just a couple things to say here. I noticed we took off the agenda tonight the aircraft deal, if I may speak on that, about putting an airplane there at the cemetery. First of all, I've done a lot of traveling, and if you go down to Quartzsite, Arizona, they have a VFW hall down there, and they have 2 fighter planes sitting out there. And let me tell you one thing right now. They are disgusting looking aircraft. Not because they're military planes, it's because they're not kept up. And I believe here last year or a year or so ago, the same subject was brought up about the aircraft, about putting an airplane in there, and the cost, the maintenance-wise, and who was going to do it, and all this stuff. I don't think the people of the community want the parks people going out and polishing up an airplane once a month. And so consequently, you might want to really, really look at whether you want to put an aircraft in there or not. If you want, I've been to some cemeteries that have been military park, and they have either a tank or a howitzer or something like that. Well, those pieces of equipment are naturally dirty. They're because of their color anyway, and they're not. They need to be cleaned up, of course, once in a while, but not as much as you were going to have to spend the time on an aircraft sitting out there, getting the wind and the sand and everything else that we have around in this country. So it's just something that you might want to really, really look closely at before you make a decision whether you want to put an aircraft there. It's a fine idea, but at the same time, I just don't know who's going to maintain it and how it's going to be maintained. And I don't probably. Mr. Doan or Mr. Waters, probably both of them will probably say they can get a group of people out there. Well, after you polish an aircraft so many times, people get sort of tired of it, and finally it dwindles away, and you have nothing but a piece of junk sitting out there. So that's why I'm just making that statement. And also, I'd like to make mention this to the board and appreciation. This last weekend we had a park open up. A remodeled park open up in the north end of town. And the gentleman here that put a lot of time and effort into it, I think that he should be recognized, and that's Mr. Matt Lewis, because him and his crew did a fantastic job at that park. I live up in that area, and I went down Simpkins for the first time, not for the first time, but I've been down Simpkins, and this was the first time that I have seen a bunch of kids playing in that park. So it's a tribute to what he's done and also to what the community has done to get that up. So I think we owe him a great big apology. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Irving, I would strongly suggest that your feelings towards the aircraft, that you attend the VA board when they meet and bring it up to them.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
If I might, I'd like to answer Mr. Irvin's comment on that. And it was not our intention at all to have citizens come out and take care of the airplane. What we were looking at, just wanted to answer, what we were looking at is partnering with Nellis Air Force Base, because they have people out there that would love to come to Pahrump and take care of that.
There's mics down here need to be turned off when the citizens leave, please.
This one?
They just need to be turned off and on when you come on and on, please.
Katrine Romanoff, a senior citizen, and I 3 years ago took a course at the library, and I found it in the briefs in the newspaper. A course that gives a brush up for seniors in driving, and it also gives them a discount on their automobile insurance, driver's insurance. I can't find them. There's nothing in the briefs. I went to the senior center. They referred me to ARP. I called ARP in Las Vegas. They have not responded and called me back. The gentleman who I think was connected with ARP has dropped it. He's not teaching it. As far as I know, there is no course in Pahrump for seniors here to help them get a discount on their insurance. And I don't know if I'm supposed to talk to you or talk to who can. This would be a job, I think, for somebody if they connected with ARP to do this. And the library was a perfect place, video, and it's several hours that you have to do this, but I think that we definitely need this in Pahrump for the seniors here. If anybody can help me find a course in Pahrump, I can't drive to Las Vegas for a course like this. It's too far to go.
Yeah, Katrina, see me afterwards because we might have some way to connect.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Luca Morowski. I have seen a lot of the volunteerism that have been done in our town. And one, I think, the relentless that I have seen that really have been dedicated so much. I think the paid group, we shall commend them because it's always, I have seen them work, sweat, their everything. Just the last time, I said, wow, what a group. And I think our town benefited a lot. Please commend them. Thank you.
It might help with the feedback if the board makes sure that their mics are turned off too, please.
I did.
Got it.
Donna Cox, resident of Pahrump and taxpayer. I'd like to address a little bit of what Mr. DeCanio stated when he was up here concerning Mr. Carlson and the comments he made about the people in Pahrump. I'm probably one of those malcontent people he was talking about. This man should be fired. He should be fired by his company, and he should be fired by this board. He has no business coming into this town and condemning the people here. That's not his business. That's not what he's here to do. He's supposed to be a professional. His attitude and his comments did not reflect professionalism. And I think he's degraded a lot of people in this town, and that's not right. And I don't think we should be spending our money with his company if that's the way he feels about the citizens in this town. I also have to question who changed the meeting, and did that make the meeting maybe illegal, since there were citizens here that wanted to attend that meeting. You might take a look at that yourself and find out who's guilty of changing that. And I will also make a statement that chewing gum during this meeting does not make you look very professional, and I think that Mr. Kohlberger should stop. They don't allow you to do it in court. Thank you.
Mrs. Cox, I was at the workshop, and I must say I'm not sure why the meeting place was relocated. There might have been a conflict here in the chamber office, and I do regret that there were citizens, including my youth, that were trying to locate us. But as far as the comments that Mr. Carlson made, I believe he was containing his comments within his presentation on a general basis. I don't recall that he made specific comments. He was trying to clarify some comments that came forward and was putting it into the general workshop presentation. So I must say that I didn't find anything that seemed to be out of order.
Well, I don't think they were necessary, period.
I understand.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't attend that meeting, but I have attended other PULPAC meetings, and I saw an effort by the representative of PULPAC to basically try to make me, anyway, and I assume that the rest of the people were present, to kind of feel that the public was your enemy, and I indeed find some of the comments inappropriate. And I think part of the problem with PULPAC is the fact that Nye counties are tremendous financial liability to it. And I think we're just frustrated dealing with this whole county. And fortunately, we have a new district attorney, and things are changing, which was what I was trying to get into at the one meeting when Mr. Kunze was here. But I think things are going to change. Understand that the county has the insurance, PULPAC, and if the county doesn't decide to represent themselves in a lawsuit, then they use the PULPAC. And it's them that decides that they're going to hire those attorneys out of Reno because they have a contract with them. And so it's either we take care of our lawsuits ourselves or the insurance company does. And if the insurance company does, then we don't have the right to say what, who they hire. So but hopefully a lot of this stuff's going to change. Obviously, 64 lawsuits that we saw in the paper recently, that's an awful lot of lawsuits for a little county this size. And But I'm hoping that things are going to change, and I know for a fact that Mr. Kunze has decided to look into some of these lawsuits and get a handle on them and try to reduce the financial liability to taxpayers. So just give it a little chance, and I think you'll see things change for the better.
George Gingell. I don't know, I've been sitting at these meetings probably longer than most of you have been on the board. And I've been called the commissioner's watcher. And from what I see, these attorneys that you've hired or you're coming up with a contract for are ripping us off, and I'm tired of paying exorbitant amounts of money for somebody to sit here like a deadhead and not give you the proper information or guidance that you're supposed to get from an attorney. And if that's all they're going to do for the amount of money, I mean, I'll sit over there and look like a dummy too for that kind of money. I got no problem with that. You won't get any good advice from me, or maybe you'll get better advice from me than you will from your attorney. But $350 an hour is a reasonable rate, I guess, for an attorney, because it takes them so long to get out of school, and I realize that their books are expensive and everything, so they got to recoup their money some kind of way. But I think most of their work is done by a paralegal. Then an attorney, a senior attorney, will sign it and say, he did all the work, and you're going to pay top dollar for it. And that poor $15 an hour paralegal is going to get nothing. Thank you.
Dave Stevens. Am I talking too loud? There's nobody squawk more than me about these attorneys they get here in this town. We had a good lawyer here, Carl Jurger. What do? They come along and fire him because he didn't paint a guy's house around here. I'd like to say the name, but he'll have to come after me with a piece of paper. I got nothing against that guy. He's doing a good job, but he don't belong in this town. This should be Pahrump lawyers here. I still keep in touch with Carl Jurger. I got that dentist, that crook up there. He done a job on me the last time. I started to get him, but I didn't. Anyway, we got to get local people here. We got to wise up in this town. Butch come up here and said, what a good job, the town board. They only got two good people on that town board. That's Mrs. Hennessy and Mike. I don't like any of the rest of them. Tell them right to their face, they're not doing a good job here. I can't get mad at Vicky up there. She's got longevity. I get mad at Brugger every time I see him there. And I don't mean no disrespect to you, sir. But we need, really, honestly, we need to get local people here. I don't care what I keep my nose out of that town board, the county board, because the only person I'm scared of in this whole county is Mrs. Easterly. That woman scares the hell out of me, I'll tell you. She's a good woman. I get along with her real good, but I do my best, believe me. And I like Butch. Butch is a good man. We got good county commissioners here. You really can't. And God, Louis DeCano's one of the best guys. He should be the judge here. That's true. And what my point? I can't talk as good as all you college-educated people. But I would sure like to see local people getting here. They're just as smart as they don't take no brains. I told them that before to be the town manager. Any little kid out of high school could handle that job. That's no big deal. You're making a lot of wrong decisions here. I'll tell you about it. You're wrong. I've still got 18 minutes here. They haven't kicked me out of here yet. And maybe they could give Vicky a job with a sledgehammer cracking them rocks up there for being wrong here. Thank you, Mrs. Endesi.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens.
Mr. Chairman, we had two public commenters in regards to the attorney, so I'd like to kind of address some of those comments, because I know when I sat on that side over there, I got a little frustrated when I talked and no one responded, so I'll respond. This town board is entering arenas that previous boards haven't done, and we need good legal representation. People are familiar with municipal law and many other things. As an example, you mentioned a local attorney. One of the things that I'm working on is getting the fairgrounds land out of the tariff area that's currently that we would have to use their water and sewer so we can put our own sewage plant and water on. That takes an awful lot of specialized knowledge that I don't believe anybody locally has. We are doing things that require knowledge that's not available local. Now, we are working on trying to reduce the cost. Naturally, we all like to see when we spend money, we get the most for the least, and we're working on that. But unfortunately, being a government entity, we can't just all talk to each other unless we're all sitting here. So we have to meet one at a time. We have to meet other people's schedules and try to meet with them. We're doing what we can to reduce the costs, but we also realize that we're entering arenas that require specific knowledge that isn't available here. So you have to understand these things. We're trying to make this a better place to live for all. A couple of us had Mr. Kohlbarger and Mr. Balakwi and myself met with somebody today. I don't want to say too much, but I'll just say that it's something that I've been dreaming about for this community for a long time. And these things are going to take some pretty good legal advice, some pretty good people that know what they're doing. And if these things are going to happen, we need your support instead of sitting up here all the time knocking us. What I get a little frustrated about is I can appreciate that you may not be fully aware of something and you have a comment about something. But what I don't appreciate is no matter how many times we try to explain things to certain people, it just goes in one ear and out the other. Well, why don't you try listening sometimes? You might learn something. We want to hear your complaints, but if we have a reasonable explanation, I would appreciate it personally if you start listening.
We did seem to combine announcements and public comments so quickly that we missed an item that had been agendized to be moved. It was in the consent agenda. It was item 19D. Ms. Endesby?
Yes, it is appropriate, really, to put it under advisory board reports, because what I'd like to do is accept the application for Mr. Corey Daffer to the Pahrump Youth Advisory Board and recognize our newly forming Youth Advisory Board. If they would like to step forward, we'd love to recognize you and thank you for your willingness to participate in the future. While they're coming forward, I'll let everybody know that there are other youth that are coming forward, and we're looking forward to getting the board of the advisory board started. Have a seat.
Oh, okay.
And as soon as their school requirements kind of wind down, we're going to start a process of some training classes, some workshops, and then really kick off some advisory board meetings towards the end of summer. So we're getting together on Wednesday, tomorrow, and having one of our first opportunities really to meet each other. So, Mr. Daffer, Corey, if you'd like to say a few words, you're welcome to do that. Do we need a motion first?
Oh, yeah, you're technically not accepted yet. Don't talk yet.
I'll second it. I second.
Is there any further discussion from the board?
Now we can have public comment.
Is there any public comment regarding the application of Corey Duffer to the Pahrump Youth Advisory Board?
He's an okay kid, I swear.
Go ahead and turn your mic on. And
I think it's on. The green
It's
light's
on.
on.
Okay.
The green light's
Okay.
on. I'm just in the middle. I'm loud enough. It's cool. Don't even worry about it.
Okay, I'm Corey Daffer, and I like to think as on Sorry. I'd like to thank you guys on admitting me to the Youth Advisory Board, and I know I'll do my best to do whatever I'm supposed to do. So, thank you.
This is why we need meetings, so we know exactly what to do. We'll get it, we swear.
I'm sure, and thank you very much. And turn it back to the chair.
And with that, we'll open it up for a vote to approve Corey Duffer to the Pahrump Youth Advisory Board. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Welcome to the advisory board.
Thank you.
Excuse me. That brings us to item number 5, advisory board reports. Any advisory board reports from the board?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I attended the Public Lands Advisory Board, and actually most of the things that that I could talk about at that board meeting would probably be better suited when we get to the item about the Last Chance Park. So I'll save those comments for that. But there was a lot of information at that board, and I was really glad I was able to attend. We had 2 people from BLM. One of them was an archaeologist, Kathleen Sproul, and then we had Mark Spencer, field manager for BLM. Over Pahrump, and a lot of information was given and helped me make my decision here tonight that I'll be making. But like I said, I'll talk more about what was actually said when we get to that.
Very good. Anything else from the board?
I'm not sure if there's someone here from Parks and Recreation Advisory Board that will be speaking. That's yours, right, Mike? Yeah. I just know that at the Simpkins Park meeting that they, not the meeting, the Simpkin Park ribbon cutting, that they were talking about their need for members. So I didn't know if you wanted to address that.
That's something we address at every meeting. We always need volunteers for all advisory boards. But yeah, there was a informal meeting scheduled for the Simpkin Park dedication after that. But I believe that there was a lack of a quorum. Anything from advisory board members?
Yes, good evening. My name is George Sossman, and I'm the chairman of the Nuclear Waste and Environmental Advisory Board. And I was going to discuss with you a bit of the things that we have going for Earth Day and for town cleanup. And unfortunately, Bill, I believe that we delivered to your office a notification that there will be a special meeting of our board on Friday, and that wasn't presented tonight. It's going to be in the town office at 2:00, and then the Earth Day is going to be on the 23rd of this month, and it looks like it's going to be conflicting with a bunch of things, but I think at least it'll keep the whole town active. You know, they can go to Petrick Park and eat, and they can come over to the advisory or to our board at Jan Deutsch Park, and they can see what the environment's all about. So we can get a bunch of things done all at once. We've had really good response from the locals. From Albertsons, we're getting couple of hundred reusable trash bags, or I'm sorry, reusable, I started to say laundry bags now. Actually, what I'm looking for, we're looking for the reusable grocery bags. Valley Disposal obviously is one of our biggest supporters and one of the great promoters for both for Earth Day and for the town cleanup, and we appreciate the effort that they've put in for us. And we have had really good response from the Mirror. Put together a great article and described all of the things that we've got going for us on Earth Day, and then we'll have a lot more that we'll talk to you about on what the town cleanup is about. Frank Maruzio is going to be presenting the Dragon Cloud Dojo people like they did for the last Earth Day, and the fire department is going to be there with. I don't know what the dog's name is. The last name I got was Sparky, and I don't think that's the dog's name, but we'll let Scott talk about that. We've got posters over there that for people who would like to put the posters up in their businesses for both Earth Day and for the town cleanup. And then we're also going around the town and we're putting up posters ourselves. We're getting people that are are going to allow us to do that. And we have, let's see, what else have I got here? And we know that Mike will again help us with the town cleanup, like he did before. And maybe this time I can get on your group, because last time I was all by myself on about 2 miles. Okay, so we want as many people as we can to come out for town cleanup, and that's on the 7th of May. And on the 23rd is the Earth Day, and I know you've already been invited to something on the 23rd. So after you guys get done with your hot dogs, you can come over and you can help us at Earth Day too, and do some talking. And we've also got one of the county commissioners is going to be there too, to do a bit of talking. So thank you very much.
And there was a comment that I was not able to make at the last meeting because I had the stomach flu. I would have had to disclose who I work for and excuse myself from the meeting for that vote, but during town cleanup, I do regularly run a roll-off truck and go out and pick up the trash, because
yes,
I do work for Pahrump Valley Disposal, and that's part of my contribution. Is on that day I volunteer to drive a truck to pick up the trash.
And you know what's really good about that? That's the only person I had to talk to for the whole 6 hours I was out there picking stuff up. Okay, so you get to the point where you look forward to the trash guy.
I appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like you to repeat the special meeting that you have on Friday the 15th.
Oh, yeah, the special meeting will be primarily to discuss any new items that we've got for Earth Day and for the town cleanup. And that's at 2 o'clock in the town, what do you call it, conference room, town board meeting room?
About the annex?
I'm sorry?
The annex?
No, it's not in the annex.
The conference room.
Town board conference room. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Adams, Public Land Advisory Board. We are still seeking members, and we ask that people print the application off the town board website and submit it through the town office. We're asking that the public, whether it's groups or individuals, participate in public land planning by putting plans together and bringing them to us. That we've had some success with it. We're asking that the plan be written, or actually better if it can be brought in as electronic data, say PDF or JPEG or whatever, that we're going to have a projector there the next meeting and a computer, so any maps or pictures or anything they bring in, we can put them up for everybody to view. And what we're asking in the plan is that they state the goals, in other words, what they're trying to accomplish, and we ask how they're going to include all stakeholders, all of their public land users in their plan. And we can enter that into our record and hopefully put plans together that it's going to involve everybody and be to everybody's benefit.
Thank you.
Bill Dolan, Recording Secretary for Pahrump Veterans Memorial Advisory Board. Just to touch on a couple things that we're working on right now. We'll be coming back before you, hopefully within a short period of time, with our columbarium project that is moving along rapidly this year. To answer, if I may, Mr. Irving's question with the plane, Dr. Waters did touch on, we're doing a MOU with Nellis Air Force Base to have them maintain that aircraft. When you get an aircraft loaned to you, you have to sign that you will take care of it or have an MOU with somebody to take care of it, and we're in the process of doing that. We're also, for those who don't know, Jose Talas is working through the Marine Corps League to supply 2 howitzers also for display over there in the memorial area. So we're working on a lot of things, and we'll be bringing things back before you within the next several weeks, several months. And thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kohlberger.
Yeah, Saturday we did have a grand opening, re-grand opening of Simpkins Park. It went very well. Mr. Calkin and Mrs. Parker did the honors of opening it up and tearing the ribbon for us. They went through a lot of hot dogs, and during the ceremony it snowed on us, so it was an eventful day. But it was a very nice turnout, and I want to thank Mr. Calkin and Mrs. Parker for opening up for us.
All right, nothing further from the advisory boards. That brings us to item number 6, Town of Pahrump Economic Development Report. Any questions concerning that? Question from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have one. We usually have a business license report that comes through as backup. Is that something that comes at the next meeting?
Second meeting of the month.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just have a question on number 2. It says staff continues to attend meetings. I'd like to know about how many meetings and who are you meeting with, not necessarily, but about how many companies. And also, I think you're meeting with the county. Can you tell me how often you're meeting?
We're meeting with the county on a bi-weekly economic development meetings. It's every other Friday. It's twice a month. And it's with Eden. It's with Beck Environmental, who helps assist the county in economic development. It's a teleconference. The people from Beatty and Tonopah are also invited in, and the town of Pahrump. And we discuss all issues that are going on throughout the county in economic development.
And about how many companies are we looking at coming into Pahrump or interested in Pahrump at this time?
Right now, we have 2 really strong leads with companies coming into Pahrump and several that are looking.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Kaufman.
Mr. Kohlbarger, I forgot to mention it to you today. I had heard that General Electric is looking for a place to build a solar panel plant, and they're looking for anybody who will give them the best deal, so maybe you can pass that on.
Hey, we'll contact them for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing further from the board. Brings us to item number 7, discussion, possible decision to approve. You know what? We did that under the announcements. Number 9, thank you. Oh, I love computers. They don't keep up with you. Discussion and possible decision to approve one of the following 3 options pertaining to the next step on Last Chance Park development. Option 1, proceed with the mitigation location. Number 1 to Belvista and Banovich, not to exceed $10,000. Option number 2, start the process to investigate location number 2, which is Banovich and Simpkins Road. And location number 3, State Route 160. Or option number 3, discontinue the entire project.
Well, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Calkin.
I guess now I can talk about what happened at the Public Lands meeting.
Yes, you may.
Mr. Spencer, like I said, field representative, field manager of the BLM, which includes the Pahrump area, and Kathleen Sproul, archaeologist, gave out a lot of information. They talked about, they didn't say exactly where it was or what exactly they found, but of course we know that they found something on Site 1, but they also said that they found it on Site 2, they found stuff too. So if we were to elect to go for Site 2, we'd just be starting all over again. There's stuff all over the valley, and so we've gone this far with it. I've been kind of wrestling with this because I don't want to nickel and dime ourselves to death all over the place and do something. But one of the things that kind of touched me was I read one of the resignations from the Public Lands Board, and the person said they're just tired of talk, and nothing ever gets done. And that's not something I want to be part of either, you know. And I started thinking about this, and I thought, well, in life we have to compromise. So my idea is that we would go ahead and approve the $10,000 for number 1. I'm not making a motion yet, but that's what I'm going to be doing, unless someone else wants to cut in before. And I'm thinking that I would want to see any future development, like the gravel parking, whatever, that I'd like to see the community volunteer and get involved. In other words, we're helping you do something, but I'd like to see the community reach out and help too, you know, instead of us just giving. We only have so much money, and a lot of work has been put in this thing by a lot of neighbors. It is a really nice site right there on Bella Vista. And the nice thing about site number 1 is that nothing prohibits you from going anywhere else out there that you want, which includes site number 2. As long as we don't take control of it, it's open to the public to do whatever. So it ends up being both places, actually. And I looked at site number 3. Mrs. Parker was gracious enough to drive me around and show me all these things. And one of the things that kind of bothered me about site number 3 was that apparently there's an old wagon trail there, and I'd kind of hate to see that get destroyed. And I thought about it'd be kind of neat to go out there and just kind of look around, but I did see the wagon wheel tracks and stuff.
It's the old stagecoach road.
Yeah. And then of course we'd have to deal with the highway, NDOT trying to get an access to it, and we can't even get them to take some signs down by McDonald's so people could stop and park their motorhome in their truck and feel free to go get something to eat and not worry about their vehicle being towed off. So if we can't even get some signs taken down or changed to, 2-hour parking, I don't know how we're going to fare trying to spend a bunch of money on there. So with that, I'm going to make a motion to go ahead and approve spending up to $10,000 to final the mitigation of location number 1 on Bella Vista and Banovich.
I'll second that. I'll second it for discussion.
All right, we have a motion to approve option number 1, not to exceed $10,000. To continue on with location number 1 at Bella Vista and Banovich. Second by Ms. Parker.
I'd like to mention that this is a project that goes back to 2006. 3 previous boards before us have voted to do this project. So we would be board number 4 actually finally completing it. It actually originated with the neighbors in that area who came to the town and said, this is what we want in our area. And some of them actually got on the Public Lands Board. There were a number of meetings on this, at least a dozen that I went to. We had a grant. We had designers come in from out of town, design the park. We had a meeting to present these designs, and Mr. Kobarger said 80 people signed in at that meeting also to talk about it. There's been a lot of public involvement. And to me, it's very dear to my heart because I want to preserve the land around Last Chance Park for posterity. I don't want, the land is on the disposable list, and I don't want houses there. I want it to be beautiful for us, for our children and our grandchildren.
The BLM people talked about working on getting it removed from the disposal list, but that doesn't mean it's for sure going to happen. And of course, I've talked about master planning it, something where it couldn't be developed for homes, but we've seen master plan change to put a prison right in a residential neighborhood, so we can't count on any of that meaning anything either. And like I said, a lot of time and money's been developed, and I'd like to see this board have a track record of accomplishing things. And so I feel that if we spend this $10,000 and we take possession of this land, then the rest of it's up to the people in this community. If they want to do something with it, then they're going to have to step up and start volunteering and doing whatever to develop it. But at least it's ours, it's protected, and it is a really nice spot. It's a beautiful area. The public lands people talked about maybe a little western town or whatever. It'd be a great location for it because it's beautiful around there with the mountains and everything, and it's a good location. Many tourists go up Bella Vista, out to Death Valley. So it could be made into something, but like that. So I feel that if we approve this, then we're providing an opportunity, and then it's up to the people to step up and exercise doing something with it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to say that, in the last meeting, and I'm all in favor of option number 1. I too would like to see the park. I think it's something that would benefit Pahrump. However, a member from the Paiute tribe spoke to us at the last meeting, and I've spoken to the individuals, in fact, Ms. Jim, just yesterday. And she asked if we could delay it until they had a chance to talk it over. I don't think they want to fight it, but I think that we should listen to our Native Americans and at least hold up until maybe the next town board meeting to go ahead and proceed. Again, I like the idea, but I would like to hear what they have to say. And so far, I haven't heard that.
How I would answer that would be that all this is going to do is lock in the property. Its development, whatever is going to be happening, would have to be approved by this board, and they most certainly would. We would hope that would participate in that. This is just to lock it in. That's all.
Also, I'd like to bring up the point that they had the opportunity numerous times over 5 years, many meetings to get involved and to give us their input, and they weren't there.
Understand, but they are now, and I'd like to hear what they have to say. That's the only thing I'm saying. I would not mind holding it up until the next town board meeting, and then we could proceed.
Like
I believe Ms. Sundersby had a comment?
Yes, thank you. I attended the workshops that were held, I think they were in 2009, correct? A number of workshops, and I have to say that this is a community project. I was very impressed with the number of people that stepped forward. There were architects, individual families just putting their input in and working on how they'd like to see trails and so forth. So it is a project that could be very important to our community. I know the Public Lands Advisory Board has been working very hard at the discussion around this. I'd like to hear from them. Is
Mr. Adams is
Mr.
here.
Adams still here? Because their comments would help us better understand, I feel, what it is that you, as the experts that have been working on this, would advise us.
While they're coming up here, I would like, for those of you that don't know exactly what lithic scatter is, this is what the archaeologists found. Lithic scatter is rocks. It's either rocks that might have been used as a tool or were used as a tool, or pieces of rock that got chipped off of another rock that might have been used as a tool. We're not talking about campgrounds, pottery, anything like that. It's rocks, and the whole valley is full of them because the natives, the indigenous people, lived in this valley for 10,000 years. There can't be a single place on this valley that doesn't have lithic scatter on it.
And certainly if anybody wants to get details on it, if you aren't familiar, this is in the town office. It's the Last Chance Park Design Concepts. It's very informative.
And with that, we will open it up to public comment.
Robert Adams, Public Lands Advisory Board. I guess first what I want to do is to apologize that it took this long for us to really realize what we needed to do in this, and to rather, instead of asking other people how something is or whatever, and they're just giving us an opinion that somebody else gave them, we've actually gone out and done some research. We're working with Mark Spencer, the BLM's new head, the Advisory Council for Historic Preservation, and the Nevada State Historic Preservation Office. Mark Spencer from the BLM is encouraging us to find another site. Reading the law, it's the 2009 Historic Preservation Act, Section 106. So it's fairly new law that the BLM too is trying to figure out what it says. What we've gotten back from the State Historic Preservation Office is that no project will be shut down due to a disagreement of preservation needs. Some forms of adjustment will be worked out. She also indicated that hiring an archaeologist should be the very last consideration. The town and the BLM should be able, with the state Historic Preservation Office participation, to work this thing out. I guess individually, I'm vote for, you know, I individually I want a yes vote just to get this going. On the other hand, give us a few weeks, and I think we can avoid the mitigation costs.
Who's she?
Who's she?
Yeah, you said she.
Rebecca Palmer. She's the number 2 at the state. I'm sorry. Thanks, Bill.
Now, it's my understanding that you do have plans on Friday to look at other sites. Now, my concern, and let's get this out on the open, is that no matter what site you choose, it's going to have lithic scatter on it. It's impossible to avoid after 10,000 years of having people live here. So we've already locked in, we've got consulting fees, engineering fees, we've got design fees, we've got $45,000 into this park. And I really don't want to start over someplace else because we're going to have lithic scatter there too. It's not that I'm not open to looking, but these things have to be taken into consideration also.
The lithic scatter is probably going to be everywhere, and that's pretty much what the state historic preservation officer is saying. That,
so we'll have to pay to remediate it no matter where. So I don't really see the point of switching sites.
You know, Mr. Chairman, one of the things I noted about the property, I thought for being kind of on a rise going up, it was unusually smooth. Because most things, like, you know, all over the fan, everything, you get all these ruts and washes and everything, and it makes it pretty difficult to develop or do anything or, you know, find a large parking area or whatever. I thought it was pretty unique. And like I said, all this is really about is just locking it in. That's it. There's nothing going to show up the next day and start digging or doing anything because we haven't approved anything. And that's where everybody has to work together and a plan of what we're going to do with this thing. But at least we have it, and we got it, because it's so hard dealing with BLM trying to get a piece of land. And we've gotten this far, it just seems like we should just move forward, lock it in, and then at least now it's ours. And we can take our time in developing it and meet with everybody. I would love to see, this valley was inhabited by Native Americans for thousands of years. It sure would be nice to see something on that property that reflected that, and we could show to people when they come through here. So it'll take a lot of people working together to make something out of it, but at least we got it.
I'm confused. I'm sorry if there was something wrong with my running equipment today that messed with my hearing. You're not asking us to actually move. You're asking just for 2 weeks for the BLM to state in a letter that, yes, you're going to find these lithic scatterings everywhere, that it's okay to go ahead. You're just waiting for them to say, okay, yes. They're not saying move. They're saying, here's a letter saying, go ahead.
I think
Isn't that what he said?
No. They're actually planning.
That's what you said.
Planning to go out on Friday and look for other sites. Am I correct on that?
You're both correct. The BLM is encouraging us to find another site. That, on the other hand, the Advisory Council for Historic Preservation and the Nevada State Historic Preservation Office is saying the current site's fine and there should be no need to pay for mitigation.
I understand. Mr. Darby, if I may? Please. You know, BLM was on it, and it been in on this, extremely involved in this for the last 2.5 years. More than that. Yeah, last 2.5 years. Since I've been here, that's all I can state on. But they have never requested us to go out and look at some other site. Now this archaeologist, Kathleen Spraw, who's everybody's talked to, has an issue with this 10 acres because she found something on it and she wants to do something with it. And if we go out there and continue on, it ruins her plans. From what I've heard, from what I've been told, correct? It's amazing we have one person now in the BLM after all this time who wants to try and stop a project because she personally wants to do something with that area. It's amazing to me that we're going to maybe even entertain that, because the BLM, as I think Mr. Calkin or Mrs. Parker stated, or one of you 5 stated, has been very difficult to deal with. And we've got to the point where we're ready to almost start construction on a project that's been working on for how long, George? 5 years?
5 years.
6 years. And this is one,
Turn the mic on, George.
well, and this is one project, if I may, George, real quick, that was actually done correctly in Pahrumps history. I mean, it was started by a citizens group who brought it to the local government, who then said, great idea, let's work on it together, went to the BLM, went to the Forest Service, went to every other federal agency, got them all involved, as Mrs. Indersby said, had many meetings which she attended, which was well attended by the citizens who lived up there and other citizens of this community. We even went as far as getting a grant for 4 landscape architects to come into this area. We had what they call a charrette, where the citizens came in and gave their ideas of what they would like to see on these 3 10-acre parks, and the landscape architects drew it up over 2 days and presented it, and the citizens actually got to pick it out. And again, we had about 75, 80 people there, I believe. And then we brought it to the town board, laid out all that presentation to the town board, and I believe it was a 5-0 vote.
It was.
If I remember correctly. It was actually done properly, from start to finish. Citizens to the end, public hearings, workshops, charrette, everything was done correctly. Now we want one person from the BLM to stop it because she has a personal interest in it? I might be on my soapbox here, but I think that's a little ridiculous.
That's called bureaucracy, Mr. Kohlbarger. No more bureaucracy. Let's just get this done.
And I understand Mr. Adams' concern. You guys vote to approve this tonight, we can still meet with SHPO, and if SHPO says, man, you don't have to, if you don't have to pay the $10,000, go ahead and do this pursuant to this new rule in 2009, then we're going to go ahead and develop. I mean, it's pretty much, it's a done deal. It's pretty easy. And I'd also like to thank Mr. Adams and the PLAB board and the young lady sitting beside him to his right and the young gentleman sitting beside her to her right, because they've been involved in this from day one.
For 5 years.
Since day one, and Bob's been really doing a great job of communicating with me on it. So again, I'll bomb off my soapbox. Thank you.
Well, maybe I'm wrong, but I was under the impression that the BLM wanted us to hire an approved, whatever you call them, archaeologist to go out there and see what's out there. And maybe the lady on my left here can tell you better, because she goes out there and rides all the time with her horse, and she showed me how big a track a horse makes that a city boy don't know. But
actually, that's a young lady sitting to your left.
Yes. Go ahead, Claire.
I'm Claire Toomey on the PLAB, and Vicki Parker said it in a nutshell. That's exactly what's been found out there is scatter. And I think the take on it, and thank you, Mr. Kohlberger, we've really been working very diligently to get this going. And there are a lot of volunteers to do various projects for this in the community.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to say that, in listening to what the advisory board just asked, they asked for a 2-week delay. And that's what I asked for, just to talk to the Native Americans. I like option 1. I think that's the perfect place for the park. I like the park. I want the park. And I think we should proceed, but I think we should hold up until the next town board meeting.
I don't think 2 weeks is going to make any difference.
The reason I'm asking for 2 weeks, the reason I asked for the 2 weeks is because I wanted to speak to Miss Jim. She had pneumonia, and we were not able to meet. And she asked if we could, just until she's able to talk to me. And I know within 2 weeks we'd be able to have the conversation.
She doesn't want anything.
Can I ask you to please be addressed by the chair instead of just piping in? Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, as I said, this is just a lock in the land. Any development of it, everybody's going to have to participate in, and this board's going to have to approve. So I don't see waiting. I saw something in the paper recently saying we keep tabling stuff and moving it on. Let's get out of that road. Let's just be decisive here. Let's get something done. It's only about locking in the land. It's not about developing it whatsoever. Everybody that has concerns can get involved about what's going to happen with that, and this board has to approve the development.
Thank you. I believe Ms. Endestry has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to check with staff. Can you just clarify if this amount is budgeted already, if it's within the line items that's been approved for the next budget period?
Yes, ma'am, it's in the budget.
Thank you.
Any further comment from the board? You do?
No, Mr. Dolan is.
Public comment.
I'll open it up to public comment.
Oh, we were in public comment. That's what you called it a few minutes ago. Anyway, Bill Dolan, resident of the town of Pahrump. I commend Harley for doing his due diligence and his research on this project. I think it's commendable, and I also think he's finding it's harder to be up there than out here. Thank you. As far as Mr. Waters' deal with the American Indian family who lives up on the hill, my 3 daughters are half American Indian. Our family is very rooted into the Paiute community in Las Vegas, and my daughter is the past chairman of the Paiute Community Indian Reservation. After speaking with her, this family that resides on the hill is not associated with any official tribe here in the state at their choice. The phrase not working and playing nice together was a reason. The lady that Mr. Waters, Dr. Waters is referring to, knew about this meeting. I'm sorry she's sick. There's other members of her family that could have came here tonight. I think it would be an injustice and a slap in the face to these volunteers after all these years of hard work for you not to take action on this tonight and move it forward. I said this before when I sat up there, when the BLM brought this scatter nonsense before us, that it was an injustice to these board members. So I ask you to vote yes, move this project forward. You can always amend the motion to state that if the state and BLM in the town come to an agreement, that you move forward with that agreement instead of the option. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I might add something just with that comment. Again, I'm listening to the advisory board that we said we're going to listen to, and they asked us if we delay it for 2 weeks. And now we're saying, let's ignore what they say and let's move on. I think we should listen to the advisory board.
Actually, that's what I thought we were doing, was listening to the advisory board, and it hadn't been open to public comment
it
yet.
hasn't.
I thought,
Okay.
No, it's open now, but I thought we were talking to the
you hadn't
advisory
been
board.
open. It wasn't.
Please, Mr. Irwin.
I'd like to make a comment on this, and a couple of things have been said tonight. And number one is that I know there's quite a few of us here that are from either Indian country, whether it be up north and in the northwestern states or in the Midwest or whatever it might be. The word Bureau of Indian Affairs should be everybody's top of their mind, because the simple reason is that if there's been artifacts found of any kind, you're going to have the Bureau of Indian Affairs out there doing their thing. BLM won't have no say about it. State, whatever the state board is that Mr. Kobarger was talking about, they won't have anything to say about it, and we won't have anything to say about it. And if we fight these people, you're going to have the Bureau of Indian Affairs putting a clamp on that piece of property, and we'll never get anything accomplished. As far as the $10,000 going out, I go along with what Mr. Waters is saying and with what your advisory board is saying, because at the same time, if you look down the list in the next 2 items, you got you got $15-some thousand going out there for a swimming pool, which people are using now. So I think that and with the incomes that we have in this community, and stuff. I think we better take a good close at the finances, which is more important, the Last Chance Park or the swimming pool. Now, I'm not against Last Chance Park at all. I don't think I've ever been by it, but I'm not against it because I know people who have worked on it, and they say that it's a good deal. But like I said, you better be very, very cautious and be moving slowly, because if Bureau of Indian Affairs gets into this, you're going to have a big problem, because we had problems up in Washington when we had the Indian Affairs people, we hit Indian grounds up there, and it stopped a lot of projects. So it's something to think about. And I've also, just as I may say, and this is sort of a passing in a way, we have Mrs. Parker there and Mr. Kobager sitting here saying, well, it's been 5 years since we've been putting this project together, and we have all these volunteers that have been helping, and I applaud them for their help. But I also look at one other thing. We've had 10 years of trying to put a fairgrounds together and all these volunteers helping, and we get the shaft every time. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I would like to just clarify, I believe the swimming pool funds come out of a separate fund and from the Last Chance Park. So I don't think they're out of this. They've already been budgeted and they're out of a separate fund.
Yes,
Mr. Chair, I would also like to add that the funds for Last Chance Park are coming from impact fees, which we have to use by law to create new parks. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to add that the BLM archaeologist mentioned that the $10,000 fee was the very minimum that you'll ever pay to mitigate something. So that tells me that that wasn't much there, really. And we might be all over this valley and getting ourselves in a deeper problems than what we got now. We know what we got now. We got the minimum, according to her. But we might go looking at some other property, end up having to spend way more money to mitigate it, and many more years trying to do something. You know, like I said, we're supposed to be leaders. That means we make decisions. And I think it's time for one tonight. So, just my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Colvin.
Okay, Luca Morosky. Probably I can bring some light into this. About 4 years ago, I live in that round area where is Last Chance is supposed to be. Now, 4 years ago, my husband, who is a volunteer with the auxiliary, and he was called because they found the bones of there's supposed to be a lady there. So he called me, he says, I'm not able to go home now. We are talking about 11 o'clock at night because they are waiting for supposed to be to pick up the bones and to study them. How old is that bone has been there? Okay. Apparently, it's an Indian lady that used to live in there. Okay. Now, my husband spent good from 6:30 till almost 4 o'clock in the morning, guarding that body till it will be picked up. Okay. Also, I live in that area. Most of the time, we find people that are still kind of visiting the idea of probably their ancestries. So I think as our town, you may like it or not, we have the responsibility to respect it, probably look into it, because we cannot just trample something that is so sacred to these people. I am not an Indian, okay? The fact that it is their land. This land belongs to them. So I believe that each and every one of us, whoever live in this valley, they've been here many, many years. And I think it is the opportunity to give back to them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don Cox, and I agree with Tom Waters. These Paiutes have been here over 150 years, and I think they have a right to be here at these meetings. And I always been told here the last few years that this last chance parking costs the taxpayers nothing, but there's thousands of dollars being spent. And I don't want to hear about the impact fees because there's money been spent already. But these pilots have been here for 150 years. They have a right to come to these meetings. And I have to go along with Tom Waters. You know, the oldest people in this valley is the Paiutes, and I'm very good friends with some of them. And I don't want to see their rights taken away from them. If there's been bones found up there and that woman was buried there, then there's more to it than just artifacts. There's more to it. So give them the 2 weeks, let them come in here and have their presentation. Because I'll go talk to them, have the Bureau of Indians Affairs come in here if I have to. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think people understand what that is, so let me put it in layman's terms. It's somebody's garbage is what they found out there from many years ago. What I'm saying is it has no value. It's just that the bureaucracy has made a disaster out of it, so we have to deal with it. And we can run into this problem all over the valley. So, like I said, I don't know. It seems like someone's not understanding things here. We're just locking in the land. Nothing's going to happen with it until everybody gets together and makes some decisions. Are we going to have excuses about everything? That's all we ever do around here. I'm sick and tired of it. People call me a politician and say, no, I'm not. Politicians make excuses. Leaders make things happen. So now what's going to happen here tonight? Is this a board of politicians or leaders? Let's get some stuff done. All we ever do is talk about stuff, and nothing ever happens around here. Like I said earlier, I don't want to be part of a board that just talks. Let's make things happen.
We've already tabled this once.
You know, this has been going on for years. Let's just get this done tonight and move on. And let the people that have concerns about this land get together and stop making excuses about that. That's another thing that happens around here. Everybody's got opinions, but no one ever wants to get involved and help do anything. Well, let's get involved. I do. I know coming here you're involved. Well, stop being so negative, and if you want something to happen with this land right, then get involved and make sure it happens the way you want it. It's up to you.
It's time for more opinions. Mr. Smith.
First of all, I agree with Tom Waters. My great-grandmother was an American Indian in the Midwest. I think it's time you white people start listening to the American Indians. They're the most mistreated bunch of people there is in the United States of America. Look what happened to everything when the white man came to this country. They destroyed 95% of the buffaloes. Now they're in the process of destroying all the wild burros, wild horses. The white man destroyed everything that was in their path when they came to this country. They killed the buffaloes, let the meat lay. All they wanted was the skins. And the white man is a very, very arrogant, selfish, self-gratifying person. And you talk about this park you want to build. I've yet to hear anybody that runs this town or county talk about the streets. This town is a disgrace, a total disgrace. Every one of you ought to go out here and spend a day driving up and down every street in this town. They aren't fit to drive on, about 70 to 75% of them. How come you're putting the horse in front of the car, or whatever? That's about what you're doing. You want to talk about a park for this. You want to talk about some other kind of a park. That don't get it. You
Mr.
think the
Smith,
people coming to this town?
Mr. Smith, it's what we have authority over. We have authority over parks. We don't have authority over streets, and I personally have been on every street in this town.
And you'll probably agree with me, 70 to 75% of the streets aren't fit to drive on.
That's my main reason for not wanting incorporation. I would not want to be responsible for these roads.
No, I don't want incorporation. I want the county. I want the county boundaries.
But one of the
changed.
things that this board does have authority over is parks.
What's the parks going to do for this town? Right now, the population is probably in the neighborhood of 24,000 people. I know you're all sitting up there saying I'm crazy as hell. But I know damn good and well it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 24,000 people. That isn't much of a town, I would say. Would you say, Bill? Yeah. I don't think it is. I mean, you need to concentrate on things that people want to see or people want to travel on when they come to this house, come to this town, instead of driving on a street that they can't even hardly drive on. I just can't understand the people that runs this county and town, their thinking. It makes no sense to me. I'm not a college graduate or an engineer, but it don't take an engineer or college graduate to see what's going on in this town. A lot of the money is going somewhere, and it's not being accounted for. You can say I don't know what I'm talking about, but I know I am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ruby Jim, Pahrump Paiute Tribe. I would like to mention that not choosing to be part of the Las Vegas tribe does not mean that we have a lack of affiliation, nor does it mean that we have a lack of rights. You know, I would be happy to get involved. I'm one of the few with the ability to do so. However, I cannot say that I'm going to be here because due to state budget, I don't have a job every single year. So I can't say that I'm going to be here. Otherwise, I would be here for you. I apologize that we have not had comment for the past 5 years that you say that it has been that this has been going on. However, we do have new people that are in charge, you know, and we know about it. That's all I can say is now we know about it. We have new people in charge, and I would say that our contact information is pretty open to anyone sitting up there. I find that this whole thing degenerating into a fight is ridiculous because it's not a cooperative agreement. I think that saying that my mother wants nothing to do with the people on this board is rude, extremely disrespectful, because we are more than happy to cooperate. The objections to that site are more than just rock pieces. You know, a number of my family can say that. You know, I'm not going to sit here and detail it for everyone in the room because enough things disappear as it is off of properties. People just pick things up and walk off with them. But again, you wouldn't know that there's more than rock fragments, or if there is more than rock fragments, because we haven't had the opportunity to sit down and talk yet. It's become a big fight, and that is horrifying to me. Another thing that's horrifying to me is that we don't want to ruin the stage trail, but that the native artifacts are disposable. I realize if it's just rock pieces, I understand the reticence. But I think that 2 weeks to sit down and talk is probably nothing. You know, I do believe that was an encampment. It wasn't just a place that the Paiutes roamed through. It was a stationary encampment. You know, and I'm glad that some of the citizens want this park, and I'm glad that some of the citizens want this spot, but we're citizens as well. And we have our concerns as well. Thank you.
I have some questions, Mr. Chairman. Have you physically been out to the property?
I have not. My family has.
And
unfortunately, I'm the only one who could be here tonight, so.
Some of the people on the public lands were talking about north of Roadrunner doing things, and your family spoke up about the petroglyphs and stuff. I think those are very important things to protect. I know the off-road races have destroyed some of that stuff and everything. This particular property, like I said, it's basically, I don't think that someone like me would walk anywhere on that property and would think that there's anything there. It's just that, you know, these people saw something that most people wouldn't see. And I think that anywhere where we go in this valley, we're going to find something, and I think there's far more things important to protect, such as the petroglyphs and so on. And people are out there anyway, you know, in this particular area because there's houses around it. So I think we have to learn to compromise. We have to prioritize what we can't. I'm getting the feeling that your family's position might be that you don't want to see anything developed, but that's really unreasonable. So what we need to do is work together and find the thing that would be least intrusive. And I think that this property would be that, because you know, Native Americans are kind of smart people. You know, it gets pretty hot down here, just like the animals. And then When it got hot in the summer, they went up in the hills. That's where a lot of more of their things were. And I think that we're just getting a little carried away here on this piece of property. And as I said, all this is locking it in. There isn't anything going to happen to it. It's not going to look any different next week or the week after until this board and everybody gets together and decides what to do with it. We're just locking in the property. Your concerns are not being ignored, and they will be respected when this property moves forward. It's just locking in the property.
May I address that?
Certainly.
Okay. The objection, like I said, is not, rock pieces, because I agree it's everywhere, and I do agree that with you that there are more important things to preserve. I do believe that the objection, and again, I am not fully briefed on all historical everything around, the valley. I tend to more be in the now, but I do believe that was an encampment at one point, which creates different items. I also believe that it is in an area that the Paiute consider special, possibly sacred, and I also think that once you have locked that land in, it becomes more of a statement saying, yes, we plan on doing something with this. Yes, we want to do something with this. And I know that we want to, but I still would like the chance to discuss it. I don't think that, and yes, I will say that there may be some members who are with the development bad group, okay? But there are some of us that mediate that and are looking more towards, a cooperative agreement. I don't necessarily think that you have bad plans. I think that we might need to talk about that particular property a little bit.
The archaeologist said that I asked questions like, well, what if we start digging? Are we going to find something? And she was 100% convinced we wouldn't find anything.
Okay.
Anything that is found gets taken up to Carson City somewhere, and we lose that benefit. So if we're going to develop some land and we all agree that the stuff's all over this valley, I think whatever we're going to lose, I'd want to lose something that has the least amount of value, so to speak. And I do want to protect the things that are way more important. And so I think, that location, that land, I was even amazed it wasn't in private hands already, sitting there right on the road, and there's houses all around it. Looking at this, everything, I think that this is really the best site for intruding the least and preserving the things that are really important.
Mr. Chair?
Madam Parker.
I believe, I'd have to double check, but I believe that land all along Bella Vista is zoned commercial. I just thought I would throw that out. So sooner or later, commercial land does get developed.
I would still like the opportunity to, for a couple of the members to put their concerns together about that specific property.
See,
and get back to you guys on that. I think 2 weeks is nothing, and I realize that you want to do something. I understand that.
Well, I'm unclear about what your concerns are. That's my problem. It's like, I'm not really clear if you don't want us to develop it at all, or I'm not really sure what your concerns are. Could you elaborate a little bit more? So that's making it hard for me, because I don't really know. I don't know where you're coming from.
Not necessarily, because like I said, I'm more in the now, and I'm the only one who could be here tonight, so that's what it is. And I apologize for missing part of the Lands Advisory Board. I had conferences that night, so I was not able to make a lot of that discussion. Like I said, my concerns would be that it was possibly an encampment. Again, you asked the archaeologist about that. Okay, I would have to talk to a couple of members of the family and see what they recall in that area. Like I said, I am not positive. I was under the impression, and until I have the chance to get a couple of people here to talk about it, I can't tell you 100% for sure. If that was where the body was found, that I'm thinking that it is, then there is another concern regarding that, as well as the location of the property relative to the possible mountain around it.
Yeah.
That's what I can do for you,
If-
based on
if-
what limited I know.
If I may make a comment, seeing how I do have a background in construction and earth moving and have worked in areas of delicate nature with the Paiute Nation, when you start moving dirt with an archaeologist, it is a very slow and painstaking process. You're not gouging out large pieces of property. You are very carefully moving dirt a little bit at a time with somebody walking right behind the machine that you were moving dirt with. So, I mean, we're not talking about going in there and knocking out a project in just a matter of 30 days. It'll probably take several months just to do a small project.
Can I say that it is my understanding that we're not asking for a full archaeological study. It is just that we are asking for the chance to put in the input and the historical input of the family, the things that they know, because we may not have been available to you before, but we are available to you now.
And I appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman.
So and whenever you're looking at a new site, I'm not saying, that you necessarily have to do full archaeological studies. Come talk to us, we'll tell you.
Thank you. Mr. Waters.
Yes, I'd like to say again, I think I've said it 2 or 3 times already, I'm fully in favor of the park, fully in favor. I'm fully in favor of the location we're talking about. But having spoken to the Native Americans, and all we're asking for is 2 weeks. We've been working on it for 5 years. The advisory board recommends the 2-week delay. We're not talking about not having leadership. That is leadership. We want to hear all the sides. That's all we want to do. So I'm asking, let's delay it for 2 weeks, and let's look at it. I'm fully in favor of it, and I don't want to vote against it. But I think if we vote tonight, I would have to say no, because I think I'd want to hear the other side. That's all.
Unfortunately, at the moment, we do have a motion and a second on the floor.
Absolutely.
Is there any further public comment?
George and Joe again. I've heard that we aren't going fast enough. I've heard we're going too slow. But, I mean, in fact, I was the one at one of the meetings that asked the Indians to go out there and look, instead of sending the archaeologist out there, which would cost us money. If it is something there, it can be where we can work around it. It's because there was one site further up that maybe some of the board members now don't remember, but like I say, I've been on it since the beginning, and a lot of it I haven't written down, which I probably should have, but I'm going by memory, and sometimes my memory isn't too good, but I'll leave it at that. And but I'd like to hear what this young lady said they found. If they found anything. But I think we should lock in the land, like you were saying. If it goes onto the disposable list, some developer is going to snap it up in a minute, because there's a lot of, I don't know what Harley would probably know the best word for it. Where your house is, you see the whole valley.
A view.
The view, or whatever you want to call it. And that's where the big money is. And, these developers, they're not going to go with the peanut stuff. They're going to go with the big money. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Dave Stevens, Trump citizen taxpayer. First of all, I have the utmost respect for the Indians, and especially that young lady who was here. She's got more sense than all of us put together. She has a right to say anything she wants and what she wants. And Bob Irving hit the nail on the head. I read all about this in the Times paper, about these Indian heads and all that stuff. And I got the perfect solution to this thing, just soft pedal. I was against it when it started. All that's going to be is a garbage dump and dope where them dope fiends go out there and smoke dope. What are you going to buy? Just to look at it? Is that what it's for? When they first started this thing, I was against it. I don't have any intentions of buying no horse. When they first started out, they had to have a four-wheeler or a horse. I'm not going to buy no horse or fourth-wheeler. I have enough trouble feeding my little dog. Jesus, and when I wasn't coming up here, I heard that $45,000 mentioned, or 50 or whatever it is. I don't know what you want it for. Just to look at it? You can't tell me what you want it for. Nobody can tell me. If we go out there and have a picnic, my eyes bother me, Miss Sarah. I can't read too
There's a
good.
whole design plan, so it's
I read part of that stuff too. I wouldn't give 10. You should have got me to design. I'd do a better job than that woman. What's she getting? About $500 an hour or something? No, this town is just a bunch of suckers putting $45,000 in something like that. Jesus, it don't make sense. Bob Irving was right on the Indian stuff. This lady was right. Well, I'm not going to talk all day here. Can I save that for another time?
No, they're not rollover minutes, Dave.
Thank you.
The mic on. Thank you. Yeah, Bruce Colley. I'll try to be a little quicker. I want to talk nickels and dimes. You got a grant, $69,000. Was that federal freebie money? No one knows. That's nice. Does anyone know who Mr. Wildan is? I think he represents Wildan Engineering. No one knows?
Yes.
Mike knows? He's pretty reputable. Mike, why isn't he here? We gave him $16,300 so far on this project.
Was terminated?
He's gone. Was it a legal issue?
Yeah.
It was a legal issue. Well, that's encouraging. Thank you. Okay, how about Mary Ellen Giopani? Is she here? That's how you pronounce it. Is she here tonight? She's a consultant on this job. You know how we all love consultants. She's getting over she's had over almost $30,000 on this project so far, and we haven't put a shovel in the ground, have we? Isn't it wonderful? She also has to say, physical impact ranges from hundreds of thousands of dollars down to nothing. Wow, that's pretty encouraging. Nickel and dime it, right, Harley? Next page, we're going to get approximately $50,000 the way I read it. This is for a large parking lot and a men's and women's restroom facilities. That's pretty good. Money's no object. I guess we can afford that. But Mr. Koken wants to lock it in. What the BLM says here, the $10,000 is to apply for a lease. You're going to apply for it. But on the other page, they also state, there'll be more fees, such as for tortoise mitigation, and who knows what other bones we'll find. Why don't you, I don't know, I could go on and on, but, we want to get out of here before midnight. Can we hold this for a couple of weeks and maybe find out just exactly what we're doing? I concur with Dr. Waters. Slow down. Or we can charge right into it and end up with another groponics situation. We'll talk about that later. Why don't you put this money down at the Kellogg's Park? What's wrong with that? I don't know. I got to go home, I guess. Thank you.
Donna Cox, resident. What do we have, like 4 park projects going right now. And Harley wants to develop the one on the Highway 160. There's the Kellogg that it seems to be a big fight going on over. Simpkins Park, Patriot Park needs improvements. Now you've got this park going. I have some concerns over you getting buried in all these parks because there's not going to be enough impact fees to go around, and I understand they need to be spent, but maybe they need to be spent on what we already have instead of starting another one. Again, this was supposed to be a project that wasn't going to cost the taxpayer anything. Well, even grants cost the taxpayer. We know where that money comes from. It comes from us in the long run. And I have a letter here that says the town of Pahrump has been awarded a technical assistance grant for the National Park Service's Rivers Trails, from the National Park Service, River Trails and Conservative Assistance Program to prepare a conceptual design for Last Chance Park. The conceptual design is envisioned to identify a trails network, areas for resource protection, recreational opportunities, interpretive signage, and community connection. That's not the park. That's just for the design and the concept. And that was apparently this one that Mrs. Giapali's been getting money from. She's on here. She's been getting thousands and thousands of dollars since 2006 on this, and it's went from $68,000, I believe. What's the balance on this? You have $23,000 left. All that money has went to Clark County. She lives in Blue Diamond. None of that money's being spent here. All of that money has went out of this town. Okay, I wanted to bring that to your attention. Also. You may run into a lot of other problems. Other than using up the impact fees, you're going to have tortoise fees. This 10 acres is just getting you started. And then you have to lease the land or rent the land. It's not coming free. The original was 640 acres. On 10 acres, you're not going to be able to do much of anything except put a couple of restrooms and the trail heads. And that's not the trails. That's just the trail heads. I can see this getting into hundreds of thousands of dollars before you get through with everything that's been proposed here. And I would rather see that money spent on Kellogg Park or on the project that Harley wants to do. I think we're spreading ourselves too thin here, Harley. I'm sorry, but I don't agree with you on this one. I think you need to take another look at the figures before you go. And there's consequences with locking in this $10,000. Is the $10,000 going to be gone permanently? Yeah. I wish I had more time. I had a lot more to say. Thank you.
Is there any further public comment? Mr. Balakli.
My name is Al Balakli. I work for the town. I do the community business economic development. I was involved with the Last Chance Park on the Public Lands Advisory Board about 6 years ago. I chaired the Public Lands Advisory Board for almost 2 years before most of the members or any of the members on this board were there. The plan was originally put out by the former town manager, which allocated $36,000 in park fees. I'm not for it or against it. I just want to tell you a couple of statements that were brought up this evening that are incorrect. And I just want to give you some of the facts, because that's what's important, because some of the people don't know. And I'm just going to hit on some of them really quick. What you decide is your decision. I have no point here to persuade you. My point is to inform you. The body that was found that Lou said was correct, but it was not of Indian origin of any significance. Of course, any body from any human is unfortunate that they found up there in the rocks, and they did have, I didn't know it was Lou's husband, go out there and protect that area, but they did investigate that, and they found it to be nothing at all. The reason that Last Chance came apart was actually by Noel Summers and Dorothy Summers, who is now stepping off of the board, because Smithers, thank you, Mrs. Parker, because they were concerned of what was happening out there on the property and the vandalism that was going on and the motorcycles. So they're the ones that really initiated the Last Chance Park coming, which is also known as Shadow Mountain, because the resemblance of the lizard on the mountain there too. There's about 4 or 5 last chance ranges in Nevada. The money was going forward, and a lot was spent, and in my opinion, unwarranted, because no one really knew what they were doing. I mean, and I don't mean this to be critical, is that at that time the BLM didn't, the consultant didn't. They talked about 1,550 acres, and they went forward when the BLM's policy was to never go ahead and allocate that much, and not until we found out later on. But the good came about that is when the BLM really started looking at the park, they said, wow, you really have something here. And then Patrick Putnam, who was the former manager, our department manager, came back and put together a plan to have almost 3,500 acres. And came back and recommended to at that time now Bill, that we go ahead and instead of the town incurring a 1,550 acre park, or that the town just do a 10-acre site, and only have the cost that's incurred on a 10-acre site, and the BLM would undertake all of the rest of the trails. Because as Mrs. Cox said, that's right, we'd have to pay for a tortoise habitat on all of that acreage. And Mr. Putnam, before he left, was quite on top of it. This is what his area of expertise was, and made some brilliant suggestions, and went forward on how to handle the park and how it not to be expensive for the town. And then unfortunately is when may I have the opportunity to waiver to speak to finish addressing Mr. Chairman? I'm just about done. Thank you. To go ahead, and that's what went forward with that. Now, my participation in the Public Lands Advisory Board has been limited since I went on with the town. I resigned as the chairman and then took over. But whenever possible, I do tend to attend the meetings and provide them with input as well as support. So I did talk about the body. I did talk about where it started at 1,550. 10 acres would be a lot more cost effective. They had Will Dan went in there and was planning to do the whole 1,550 acres. We did have a charrette, as Mr. Kobarger shared with you, and we received a grant that paid for the majority of the stuff for the charrette. And the charrette was done to go ahead and go about to decide what we wanted to do, and that's where they came up with the 3 sites. I want to address my colleague George and the board here, just in case they're not aware, is that, yes, the property is on the disposable list. The resource management plan that's before the BLM right now, it has been requested that it be removed from the disposable list. But if it was not removed from the disposable list, it would be virtually impossible right now for anybody to buy disposable BLM land. And the reason that is because the BLM, the Congress failed to allocate funding to sell BLM disposable land. In order for somebody to buy BLM disposable land, they would have to put up a minimum of $100,000 deposit with no guarantee or no reimbursement back for the money it would take to go through the process, the appraisal, the NORA, and all the other, the NEPA, and all the other, requirements to go ahead and dispose of BLM public, land. And it's not likely that someone's going to put up money and not even know if they're going to be able to acquire the land to begin with, because Congress has failed to fund it. And that's why we're not seeing any other BLM land, and I don't foresee we're going to see any BLM land be sold anywhere now in the near future. And we're actually dealing, Mr. Kobar's been successful at dealing with a deal that had started before the funding stopped, and that individual has stepped up to put his own personal money in to close that deal. So I don't think the threat that the last chance is going to be developed is. I'm not there to tell you that to persuade that. I just want to try to educate you on that so you're aware of that. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any further questions from the board? I do have one. Mr. Kohlbarger, in the 2 different reports from the manager, yourself, one dated October 13, the other dated September 14th, year apart. The first one was no action. The second one, most current, is to move to option 4, to avoidance. Has the opinion of the town changed since then?
We did do that.
Excuse me, I was addressing Mr. Kohlbarger.
I get to the first one, September 14th one, correct?
September 14th shows that the town manager recommends the town board move to option 4, avoidance.
Yeah, that was the previous memo. Hang on a minute.
That's the most current.
That's the most current? Oh, let me get to the other one.
Mine just says avoidance.
That, actually, the town manager recommends the town board move to approve option number 1, proceed with mitigation of location number 1, Bell Vista at Banovich, not to exceed $10,000 for the following reasons. Number 1, citizens around Last Chance area have worked very hard and spent many hours to get this project moving. 2, the funds are coming from park impact fees, creating a new park and not from the general fund. So that's the first memo that's in that packet, sir, and that date is 4/12/2011. April 12, 2011.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure what ones you're looking at. I'm looking at a meeting date of 9/14 with the town manager recommendation to 2010, right?
There's 2 of them on there. There's 2 memos. One dated April 12, 2011, and one dated September 14th, 2010. Correct?
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. And it says move to option 4.
Right,
avoidance.
and that was when we brought it to the town board on September of last year, was the avoidance to have BLM do all the work. And then that's where we got the letter from the BLM, which sandwiched in between those memos, and the first memo on there. Do you not have that memo, sir, that's dated April 12th, 2011?
This is the email that the town sent me.
It should be right after the...
The next one I have is November 5th, 2009. Dated October 13th.
November 5th?
This is the backup material that's sent to me.
Oh, yeah, there's one in there for November 5th. Then there's September 14th. You got the letter from the BLM if you're going up.
Yep.
And then you got the memo from the town manager from April 12th, 2011. That was right after the agenda request item form. Are you on that memo, sir?
Okay.
Scroll down to the second page of that memo, and that's what I just read off. Town manager's recommendation and board requested. Town manager recommends the town board move to approve option number 1. Do you have that memo, sir?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. I was just trying to put all the backup in for all the prior meetings so that everybody has a history, sir. Did everybody have that memo?
Yeah.
All right.
I like logical order is off, but...
Did I answer your question, sir?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion to approve option number 1, mitigation of the location of number 1, Bell Vista and at Banovich, not to exceed $10,000.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Waters.
If I may, because I know this is very sensitive, and I know I've repeated this several times, but I would like to ask if we could have the motion and the second rescinded to ask if we can wait the 2 weeks. I think we're somewhat unified on this, but we're not unified on the time period.
2 weeks isn't gonna make any difference.
I guess we're having a sidebar.
Let's just vote.
Do we want to recess?
I think we...
I just called for it. 2 weeks is not gonna make any difference.
All right, let's take a recess for a minute.
Do what?
We take a recess for a minute.
We have a motion. Can't take a recess during a motion.
Right.
All those in favor of item number 1, the mitigation of the location of number 1 Bell Vista and Banovich, not to exceed $10,000, signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Nay. Motion fails 2-3.
5 years of work down the toilet. Thanks, guys.
It's not necessarily down the toilet. You can bring it back in 2 weeks.
I can't.
It's failed
I
3 to
voted
2,
against
correct?
it.
Yes, 2-3.
I know tomorrow I'm gonna hear a lot of, nothing ever happens around here, they just talk.
That's right.
Excuse me, that brings us to item number 10, discussion and possible decision to approve the change order number 1 in the amount of $10,186.84 to provide and install electrical grounding requirements, proper grading, cleanup, and supervision for the town of pool reconstruction project and all matters related thereto. Mr. Kohlberger.
Yeah, Mr. Berg is here from Gothic Landscaping, who is the gentleman who is overseeing this project, running it for, he's a project manager for Gothic, so if anybody has any questions, he'll be glad to answer. He's coming right now, John Berg. And again,
Any questions from the board?
Yes, I was wondering if you could explain, I noticed in numerous places it says like a 10% markup. Could you explain what that means?
We have standard markup in all of our contracts. The 10% markup is to cover part of our overhead and operating costs.
So, like when you have a price down here, and then it says standard markup, the price also includes a profit?
That's part of the markup. That's part of that 10%.
Mr. Berg, Mr. Chair. Mr. Berg, I don't see anything unusual in the work order. I would like to ask, though, if you feel that this is still going to come in on time and that it won't incur any overtime.
Yes, as long as we get these change orders approved, we will be done on time without incurring any overtime.
Thank you.
we're actually, Mrs. Endersby, Mr. Darby, if I may.
Mr. Kohlberger.
Mrs. Enders, we're having a phone conference on that very issue tomorrow with Mr. Berg, myself, and G.C. Wallace, just to let you know, and I will email everybody after the outcome of that meeting is decided.
Unless there's any other questions, I'd like to move to accept the work order.
I have a motion to accept the change order, not to exceed the amount of...
You want me to read it through? I'm sorry. Thank you. I move to approve change order number 1 in the amount of $10,186.84 to provide and install electrical grounding requirements, proper grades, cleanup, and supervision for the town of pool reconstruction project and all matters properly related thereto.
I second that.
Any further discussion from the board? Any public comment?
Mr. Berg. Bruce Colley. I see his 10% markup. Right underneath it, you got a Gothic proposal, $2,442. Can you give me some light on that? What that entails?
Mr. Darby, would you like Mr. Berg to answer that question?
Yes, please.
All right.
Part of the proposal is based on electrical work that needs to be done by the electrician. That is the first part of the proposal. The second part is Gothic work. Basically, that is our employees that have to come in and work behind the electricians that need to clean up the area after the electricians get done with what they're doing.
Okay, so the electrical subcontractor wants $7,000. You get your 10% markup, $704, and then you're going to put $2,400 on top of that. How does this fall in line? I believe the original pool repair job was $139,000. Is that correct?
I don't know that exact figure, but around that, yes.
Yeah, I may not be correct on that, but okay. And that 2,400 is not included in that 139,000. Doesn't kind of overlap anyway.
No. For a little background, once we got into the work and got the deck out, this pool was built in the 60s. In order to bring it up to electrical code, that is why we have these change orders.
Okay, I understand that. Okay, thank you.
Also, when they got into the work, we found, Mr. Darby, if I may?
Please.
When they got into the work, they found that there was absolutely no base underneath the cement that was crumbling, and it was possibly one of the reasons why it was crumbling. And we found, again, in two lights that were leaking, that had been leaking. And unfortunately, when we went to replace those lights, they were long gone, not made anymore. So we had to create some specially created backings for those and to redo what we have to do instead of really redoing the whole thing. And they tweaked it really well.
Thank you. All right. Seeing nobody else up for public comment, we do have a motion on the floor to approve the change order number 1 in the amount of $10,186.84 to provide and install electrical grounding requirements, proper grade, cleanup, supervision of the Town of Pahrump Pool reconstruction project and all matters related thereto. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Next item, item number 11, discussion and possible decision to approve change. Guess that's it. To approve change order number 2 in the amount of $5,194.64 to provide and install electrical grounding repair service feeder J box, replace conduit to light pole, remove low voltage transformer conduits, sub-panel, reroute 2 existing pump grounding conductors, provide trenching and proper grading where required, cleanup and supervision for the Town of Pahrump Pool reconstruction and all matters related thereto.
I so move.
I second.
Any questions from the board?
I would just like to make a statement for the public's knowledge. Again, this money comes from your tax bill, and your tax bill is a special fund for the pool only. So it either sits there or we put it to use. And in this case, this is obviously for safety to people using the pool. And things have changed certainly in the last 40 years or so when the pool was built. So this needs to be done, like it or not.
Any public comment?
I'm really surprised.
Mr. Berg. Looks like the same thing. You got DJ electrical proposal on the first thing that we just passed. Up here you got DJ electrical proposal, $1,847. Why wasn't this all put together on one item?
If I may answer that, they came in separately. The first one came in several days ahead of the second one, and because of time constraints for the agenda items, this is how they were placed on here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Darby. Also got on the same item, Gothic proposal again, $3,162. So these little two additions, just the 10% markup in the Gothic proposal comes up to $6,500, and none of that was foreseen or could be seen as an overlap to that $139,000 that was in the original bid. If that was the correct figure, I'm not sure, and that no one seems to know.
Mr. Darby, if I may?
Mr.
As I stated previously, this work was all uncovered when they took off the existing deck. We could not foresee this unless somebody has a crystal ball or we have a really good x-ray machine that can go down 10, 15 feet into the dirt and figure out what all the issues are. This was stuff that came about after all the construction was started. Unfortunately, those things happen, as Mr. Berg stated. This pool was constructed in the 60s, and it just doesn't meet the standards and codes as of today.
And I would also like to clarify, if I may, since I'm taking your time,
It's okay.
that this is a standard work authorization form that contractors use. There's a standard markup, and if the costs don't come in, I mean, if the expenses don't come in, then they're not spent. So it's just a standard way to put a work authorization form in and ask for the bid, or
Okay.
ask for the funds.
Thank you, Mrs. Endersby. It just looks like a little electrical work replacing a couple lights, and I'm sure we could have seen those not working beforehand. If it was done in the 60s, then it wasn't going to be up to code as it should have been today. If these gentlemen do pool work all the time, a little bit of foresight here, I think, and maybe this could have been figured into the original bid and, maybe saved a little time and whatever. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, until you drain the pool and you dig up the ground, you have no way of knowing what's behind those light bulbs. A light not working could be simply the bulbs out, or is it rotten in there and it's shorted out? No way to know until you take it all apart.
I was going to say, in foresight, you could have just removed the pool and started over.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Something was built in the 60s makes it almost 50 years old. You've been better, smarter to build a new pool and go through all this.
I don't know.
I think it would have cost a lot.
Something 50 years old that comes in front of the board again and say, no, we'll just build a new one.
I mean, the pool itself is good.
Yeah, but it's almost 50 years old. It can't be too much. They're going to fix all this. Next thing you know, they're going to have a problem with the concrete in the pool. It's 50 years old. Next time, they just think ahead and just say, if it's that old, build a new one. Now, you harp on the new community center, Harley. This is no different. No different at all.
And, Mr. Cox, with all that water in there and all them years, if it's looking good now, I assure you it's going to be all right tomorrow.
No, I don't think so. Not 50 years old. Save us the time and money if you just built a new one in the beginning. Thanks.
It would have cost a tremendous way more amount of money.
All right, seeing no one else up for public comment, we do have a motion on the floor to approve change order number 2 in the amount of $5,194.64 to provide and install electrical grounding, repair service feeder J-box, replace conduit to light pole, remove all low voltage transformers, conduit sub panel, reroute 2 existing pump grounding connectors, provide trenching and proper grading where required, cleanup and supervision for the town of Pahrump pool reconstruction and all matters related therein too. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No.
Mr. Darby, if I may, before we go on to the next item?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to thank Gothic Landscaping. He did a phenomenal job on Simpkins Park, and if you haven't been out there, you need to get out there. And if you haven't seen the before and after pictures, get with Matt. It is night and day. It's incredible, and they did a great job. Thank you, Gothic, and thank you, Mr. Berg.
And also, I'd like to really thank our Parks Department and Matt. The planning around what we're going to have, I think, is going to be quite nice, as Simpkin Park is. So I do appreciate their efforts. Thank you.
Stand up, Matt, so people can see who you are. All right.
I just want to say that Matt was a big help in getting that park done, as well as Mr. Kohlbarger. So really hats off to Matt Lewis and his team for helping us with that whole situation.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to item number 12. Discussion possible decision to approve resolution 2011-08, resolution creating the Pahrump Boundary Line Advisory Board and all matters related thereto.
And I so motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
I'm figuring if we directed staff to move forward with this, we must all support it. We don't need to talk about it. It's getting late here.
Actually, I do have a question regarding this.
I don't know. He probably went outside.
My biggest question is, has anybody bothered to call the northern counties that you wish to divide? When you want to divide this county and you're talking about increasing the size of another county, have you spoke to the commissioners of the other county?
May I answer that?
Yes, please.
Yes, when I was in Mesquite, I made it a point to talk to people from Esmeralda County, and I talked to 4 people.
Turn your mic on.
I spoke to 4 people plus one of their commissioners who gave me a real earful but asked me not to publicly identify him, although I'd be glad to give you his name. And they don't have anything but what is to them a major objection. Other than this one item, they don't have strong feelings either way. And their concern is that if they were to be, as they said, make Esmeralda County larger, they would undoubtedly lose the county seat because they have this little old courthouse and all the buildings are new in Tonopah. And they feel that not only would they lose the county seat, but there would be duplication of employees, and it would be the people from Esmeralda County would lose their jobs and Tonopah would keep theirs. Other than that, they don't have a problem, but that's a big stumbling block for Esmeralda County.
I actually had an opportunity to speak to the chair of the Esmeralda County Commissioners at the Nye County Renewable Energy Resource workshop that was held here, and she flat looked me in the eye and says, what makes me think that they want any part of Nye County?
That's the same thing that I got. Maybe Nye County might be happy about taking over part of Esmeralda, but the people that I talked to, they had a major concern.
Mr. Chairman, I have spoke to many people, and yes, some of them up north would say, well, I want to retain the name Nye County and so on, but I think the bottom line is our obligation is what's in the best interest of the people of the town of Pahrump. And the purpose of this board is to kind of look into everything and talk to everybody and do a presentation at one day and let us know what we want to do. You know, make some recommendations and we'll make a final decision. But we're not going to know anything if we don't put a board together. This idea has been talked to for many years, and it's time to find out facts instead of I think it's this way or I think it's that way. Maybe we'll find out it's not a good idea, but let's know for sure finally.
That's true. Any further comments from the board?
I just wanted to know if if there's been any people stepping forward to sit on the board to offer their. If so, then.
Yes.
I made
the motion.
I second.
So the answer is yes, and I agree with Mr. Culkin. Just want to say that. We do need to find out. I think we need to go ahead and consider the board.
And since there seems to be interest from the citizens to step forward and sit on the board, I would concur.
Any further comments from the board? Any comments from staff? We will open it up to public comment.
All right, my name is Bill Garlow, a citizen of Pahrump. Yes, I got, since yesterday, approximately 10 applications to be on the board. Numerous people who have spoke in favor of it and people who have spoke against it. I believe that the board is here to discover if it would be feasible to do this and, if it would help the county in economic times. We start off when the times are bad. If it is something that is good, then we can work when times are better. I'd rather do it this way than to start out when everything's fine and then work backwards. But as far as Esmeralda goes, yes, I understand. We're going to have to go out to one of their county commissioner meetings and sit down before them and explain what it is. It isn't a takeover, Nye County taking over Esmeralda County. Yes, the people of Esmeralda County They will still be able to have their 3 commissioners, but Goldfield will not be their county seat. Their county seat would switch back to probably Tonopah. So that would have to be something they'd have to work out, and they'd have to work out with their citizenship up there and see how they would want to vote on it, or if they'd even want to put it on the ballot for the people. Once again, maybe the people would want it, but yet your politicians wouldn't want it. So maybe I'd have to sit at a bench and get signatures up there. I mean, hell, there's only 220 some registered voters there anyway. I could probably go around and knock on their doors and ask them if they want to sign it. But anyway, this board would just be to discover, by making our county smaller and incorporating or annexing into Esmeralda County, Northern Nye County, if economically it wouldn't work out for the both of us. I know for a fact it economically would work out for Esmeralda County and Northern Nye. I don't know how it would handle us here. I mean, I'm not going to, help make a hole bigger in a sinking ship. I'm going to go with what is going to benefit the people the most. If it don't benefit the people, I don't want it. But until we find out, this has been brought up many years ago, as Vicki could tell you. This is brought up many a times, not just here, but also in Clark County. And so, therefore, we find out the facts on it, and I'll just go with whatever the facts say. I'm not here to push it one way or the other. It's just information, that's all, to settle it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Dolan, town resident. Kind of confused here. Your item requested for is Pahrump boundary lines. That's town boundary lines. Now you're talking county, something you have no statutory authority over. So what are you asking for here? Are you asking to change county lines, which this should be before the county commission, or are you asking to change Pahrump lines? Two different things. You have no statutory authority, no NRS authority to deal with moving county lines.
Mr. Chairman, if I may answer that. This board is to study the subject, and it can be done by a vote of the people. And this town certainly can participate in that.
Town can participate, but you have no authority to change any lines. No. And you're not looking at just Esmeralda County. There's been communication around town through, if they want to split this county, that you're also looking at Sandy Valley bringing into Nye County. Now you're talking people over in Clark County. That has to go on multiple ballots. But again, unless you can show that you have statutory authority under the NRS, which is not quoted in any of your backup, you don't have the authority to create a board to study a county issue.
Now, we can create a board, do whatever we want. This board has, we can create this board and it can study the issue. And then we will tackle, after a decision is made, whether we want to move forward or not, how that'll be affected. And yes, we can do it. This county can do it by a vote.
You are creating a Pahrump Boundary Line Advisory Board. If you create that board to look at changing county lines, you're going to be challenged. You have no statutory authority under the NRS. You can't quote it. Your attorney can't quote it.
None of the advisory boards have the power to do anything. They simply advise.
On dealings within the town of Pahrump boundaries, not in Nye County.
Well, as an example, the public lands, they're looking at BLM land. The town nor the county has any authority on
which sits in the town of Pahrump.
But they have no authority on any BLM land, but we look to do things.
Within the town of Pahrump. You have no state, no statutory authority to create a board to look at a county issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ask the attorney if that's true.
I don't agree with that.
You're up.
I guess it is. I was going to volunteer to be on the board.
You need to state your name, please.
Oh, Dean Brooks, town resident. I have no idea on this one way or the other, but I've heard it discussed off and on for the last few years, and so I was curious as to why we would want to do this and what would be the ramifications. So I I don't have an opinion on it, yes or no. I just was interested in getting down to the facts and seeing if it's a feasible thing or not. So that's where I'm coming from. But what he just said, maybe even hesitate on saying anything. I don't know where we're at. So anyway, if the board is formed, I'll volunteer to get on it and help out. And if it isn't, then I won't volunteer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Donna Cox, I can see this is going to be a long night. I'm sorry, but I just had to say, there is an NRS that allows you to do this, and it doesn't say the county or the town, either one. It doesn't stipulate between the two of you. There's no reason the town can't take a look at this. Like Harley said, I think he's totally right. There's nothing that says he can't, or you can't, or we can't, because eventually in the end it goes to a vote of the people, whether you live in the town or the county or wherever. And we are citizens of the town of Pahrump and also citizens of Nye County. So if you choose to do this for us, we would appreciate it. Like we said, we only want to take a look at it. And if they have enough members of the board, I'll just let the rest of them look at it. But in the meantime, I would like that we all have the opportunity, anybody that wants to sit on it, including Mr. Dolan himself, if he's interested. That would be the best way for him to get informed. And so I think I would like to see you approve this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr.
Last year, I spoke to a man by the name of Skip Canfield about pursuing this subject. He's on SLUPAC, which is a governor's board of looking at lands. It's state land use, something or other. I don't remember all the terminology. And he emailed me a procedure of how it could be done by a vote. And yes, indeed, the town can, be involved in this and move forward with it. Nye County was created around 1865 from Esmeralda County, and in fact, I didn't have time to print it all out, but I knew that, but I found out some additional things. Lincoln County came from Nye County many years ago, back in the early or mid-1800s, I should say. And so it's not unusual that things change, and due to our population disparity, and most importantly, Nye County is just too darn big. And another subject we'll be talking about tonight with the commissioner districts and so on, it's time that we become a small manageable size if it's going to work out financially for us. And Mr. Dolan brought up the issue of Sandy Valley. Clark County's already sucking the water out of Sandy Valley, and they're not too happy about it. And where does our water end up going? Down there. So they're sucking us out from the other side of the fence. We need to control our destiny, and that's just part of it. So the first step, of course, is just to look at this and see if it's a viable option. If it is, then we need to move forward. And then at a later date, we'll be looking at the annexing. We can't annex anything right now. Nye County is too big. But if we become really small, then we have the option to annex things. As Mr. Garlow pointed out before, the map that he presented was drawn up like Clark County. Well, if Nye County remains this huge county, Clark County's got a lot of power in the legislature, and if they decide to annex Pahrump, they can do it, and there'll be plenty of Nye County left. But if we are effective and able to do this, then Nye County becomes awful small, and if they annex Pahrump, they basically took pretty much all of Nye County, and that's not going to happen. We need to look to the future and protect ourselves, so like I said, but we need to see if it's a viable option, and this board will help us determine that.
Mr. Chair, just one last, I hope if this board does get formed, that they also look at the assembly redistricting that's going on and seeing if there's an impact there. But I'd like to move the question.
We have a motion and a second, and the question has been called for. The motion is to pass resolution 2011-08, a resolution creating a Pahrump boundary line advisory board and all matters related thereto. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion carries 4-1. I was. Item number 13, discussion and possible decision to approve the bylaws for the newly created Pahrump Boundary Line Advisory Board and all matters related thereto.
And I so motion, Mr. Chairman, with one change in the bylaws. under section 5B, it says that the chairperson will quarterly submit, shall submit or cause to be submitted to the town board an activity report. I'd like that to be changed to monthly.
I gotta catch up to you.
Mr. Chairman?
You want to change that to monthly instead of just quarterly?
Yes.
Mr. Waters?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm also looking at 5B, and I was looking at, instead of quarterly, make it each town board meeting. Because
I'll change my motion to that. That's no problem.
I think we need to do that. And then under 6B, the advisory board should meet twice a month or as necessary.
I can change my motion to that too. That's no problem. Mr. Garlow had expressed that that's what he wanted to do anyway.
Yes. But since they're only going to be in practice for 6 months, we need them to meet as often as possible. And if they want to meet more than twice a month, if we're asking them to report to each town board meeting, they need to meet twice a month. Otherwise, we'd get the same report.
Could I ask a question, please? Gentlemen, as far as the nature of their report, do you want a separate agenda item like you have economic development, or would under advisory board reports be sufficient?
I would think advisory board would be fine.
I would agree with that.
Good point. All right, so we have.
Mr. Chair, may I just ask, are you going to be appointing a liaison?
Harley volunteered.
I volunteer, but if the board has a different.
No, I just wanted to make it public notice that, okay, thank you.
So then the motion is to accept the bylaws with the amendments as stated and have Mr. Culkin be the liaison to this advisory board.
Does that get me a pay raise?
Yes. Your salary's doubled.
Wow. Right on. I can't wait to go home and tell my wife I'm making twice as much money here now.
Any further comments from the board? Any public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
It's all yours now, Bill.
That brings us to item number 14, discussion possible decision to approve I'm sorry? Oh, that was pulled, wasn't it? I'm sorry. That's 2 pages ago. So we're on item 15?
Yes.
Thank you. Discussion and possible decision to approve creating a proclamation to assist the efforts of Mr. Butch Harper, prompt citizen, and supporting his endeavor to ensure a military family pay grade E4 or below to have a Merry Christmas in 2011.
I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Mr. Harper.
Yes, I'd just like to thank the town board and the Veterans Advisory Committee that is backing this project. If you don't mind, I'd like to give a couple of reasons why I wanted this project started. I cut a lot of articles out of the paper. I have a lot of things in my head that you don't want to remember, but you can't. It's still there. So I write things out of I cut these things out of the paper to remind me, because I'm 68 years old. I got some major medical problems, and this one here is my father, the soldier, my son, the soldier. Anybody wants a copy of this? I got about 10 with me. But this will show you one of the reasons why I wanted to start this project. Another one. It's just a little business card. Thank you. Military families are unsung heroes. Little saying on the back. Dear military family member, I want to thank you for the sacrifice you have made to preserve our nation's freedom. Your long nights, lonely days, times of fear, hours of worry and seasons of stress are not unnoticed by those of us who enjoy freedom. Thank you. A man gave me this, it's just a pillow covering. United States Army, Fort Dix, New Jersey. Had it made for his sister. Of all the girls I ever knew, there never was one like you. You're the nearest, you're the dearest pal I ever knew. His sister passed away. He reminded me, this will be put in a frame. Hopefully it'll be put in an all-purpose military building at our cemetery here. This is for our veterans. And I read another article, and a young boy, 10 years old, made a statement to his mother. Mom, what's those bad guys going to do to Dad? Are they going to hurt him? Is he coming home? He's over in Iraq. Who knows? I had the privilege of hanging a collage of patches, hanging it on the Wall of Heroes at Michael O'Callaghan Federal Hospital. Represents our past, present, and future military. Tom Waters was there. General Neil Beer was there. Colonel John Davis was there. Lieutenant Al Jones was there. Sergeant Major Frank Miller was there, and other people from Pahrump. That collage couldn't be up there if it wasn't for the veterans. They're the ones that come up, and they gave me the medals. Father's medals he earned in Vietnam. Ribbons from the First World War on down, Korea, Second World War, Afghanistan, Kuwait, name it. Small little ceremony. I got a letter of recognition from the U.S. Air Force and Department of the VA. That letter wasn't about me. It was about the veterans. Not just the ones that passed, but the ones that are here today and the ones in the future. So, as long as you said, okay, I might as well start on it right now. I'll ask everybody in this room, anybody wants to buy one gift for a family, maybe it's just one military family, maybe it's two, maybe it's three, maybe it's four. I don't know. I put my money where my mouth is. I write checks. I'll buy gifts. I'll help support these families. I'm just asking if anybody in this room is willing to give a gift, or maybe 2 of you go together, 3 of you go together, 40 of you go together. I don't care. Maybe we can get 5 families we can support for Christmas. Harley asked me, how do we pick these families? It's hard. It's hard to say no. Put them in a barrel, random draw. Or we pick the neediest. It'll be my job to go get those names. And I'm willing to do it. I have other projects I work on. I travel this nation, you know that. And I just want to say thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Man.
Mr. Harper, you did such a wonderful job on Smiles Across Pahrump, and I'm sure you can be very successful in this, and we thank you for your efforts.
I'm starting on that project already, too,
So
for
thank
this
you.
year. So, but the veterans know what I mean. And the reason I cut these things out, too, is to mention the people that have never been in the military. They don't know what the military life is all about. They have to be known. They have, we have to let them know. Because those young men and women over there in another country, volunteer army now, the draft is gone. It's gone. 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22-year-old young men and women, our youth, coming back, having a tough time. An employer ask, you been in the service? Yes, I have. Where have you been? I just got back from Iraq, Afghanistan. Looking for a job? Yes, sir, that's why I'm here. Well, I'm sorry, no jobs available. You know what's in that employer's head? PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. They're afraid if they hire them, they might explode. Well, there's a cure for that. It can be controlled. That's why they have committees. That's why they have clinics to work with these people.
Mr. Chair,
So they're coming back and they do not have jobs. And employers are turning them away. It should not be. So that's one of the reasons. It's just a little of the background why I want to start this. And like I say, Veterans Advisory Board okayed it. You just okayed it. And I'm asking everybody in this room today and everybody up there, if you want to buy one present, we can start today because they already started their job. So thank you, and I'll get on it as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
We actually haven't voted on it yet. Would you
Hey,
hang on?
oh, God, am I talking ahead? Okay, go ahead.
Any further questions from the board? Mr. Anzavy?
Just clarification, do we have a motion on the, we do, and it's
Yeah,
seconded.
Harley
Yeah.
made
I'd
a
like to
motion,
move the
second.
question.
Actually, I did have a comment that I wanted to make. I think your efforts are tremendous and great. My own personal feeling is that charity should begin at home. I would like to see this done locally rather than trying to support an entire.
I'm not starting an entire country.
Well,
I'll start right here. You got to start small.
Originally, when you originally when you brought the idea forward, that wasn't your intention, and I made the comment that I would like to see it happen to a Pahrump family. And
Correct.
and-
When I went in front of the Military Advisory Board, Reggie Knight said, let's start right here at home. And I said, yes, sir, let's do it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that
So
clarification.
you told me to go over there. I went there. I followed your instructions. They backed it.
Thank you, sir.
Now I'm back.
I appreciate that. Any further questions from the board? Any public comment? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Can I say one more thing?
Yes.
I got a pad of paper back there. Anybody who wants to decide right now, give me your name and telephone number, and I'll get a hold of you. Thank you very much.
I have been requested to take a short recess.
Here comes the tough one.
How do you know I'm going to spend that $20? You know what I mean?
I think I'll phone my vote in. I'm getting
You go home.
We need to shoot about half the talk on every item, and then we could get done by, say, 11
Yeah, we should pick
instead of.
priorities.
Huh? They're mean to you.
Yeah, just tell you about
One of the three that voted it down.
Agenda item was, I think.
I looked at that and I thought of the same thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have to, and you don't have to wait for somebody to desire the board is to
Right.
but
Right.
You're not leaving, are you?
he didn't have to put it up.
Real funny.
Did the right thing by call the question. I was gonna just option it. The way to handle that would just be to address the substitute motion first. If it passes, then moot. If that fails, then you go back.
That would have been helpful.
It's discretion of the chair. I was gonna bring that. I see everyone's got it.
I'm trying to stay retired. Well, that's what my wife and I are.
Last meeting is it did again.
Oh, well,
presenter hours, so, and I agree with you. You can't address as many of the agenda items, but if it gets late in the evening. For whatever reason, and that way you get that it was. Wasn't anything concerned, but it was just something.
No, that has before. Oh, I found it online. That was easy. That's not a real one for a couple of years. We're looking at it.
Yeah, you can take public action. Honestly, I think Mike's doing it. Well, absolutely. Absolutely. Input. Better make your decisions. An agenda is really items that some of the board don't need to discuss. If there is an item that needs to be pulled or something, the board wants it, under item 2 or following the order of the agenda. The agenda is really there to make sure that the board's clear what's late, change. I just recommend get the reasoning on the record and be done. But yeah, you have a tremendous amount of open meeting requests that you follow the agenda, but what that means is that you don't drift off topic. There's also following Robert Trump doesn't necessarily That's right. So, you know, it's.
I'll call Ruby. I got it.
Yeah. You have a lot of discretion as a chair to run through. And it's to efficiently conduct the board business and run through the agenda and to get enough public input. Heard enough. She's asking me to cut off debate.
Yeah.
But even then, it's certainly. Motion to close debate. Question. Because that cuts off debate.
That was something that really irritated me at the Republican convention. When they start screaming and all the questions.
And now the chair, if he's heard you, discretion on the chair. And I've got, you know, I think I've got my little scaled down version of that applies to just the everyday stuff that you'll see. You don't necessarily.
It gets to be disorganized on a day with the person taking the floor. If I heard from just making a comment and call for questions, that's how it works.
Yeah, well, it's really, you know, someone suggesting that
smile. Tim?
How we doing? What? What did I do? Yes, I did. I sent him a smile and said, you look like you have a bad look on your face. Smile. And I put a little smiley face with it.
My guy, you know, when he had
He frowned at me.
when he had this fluffy beard, he looked like this wanted guy that was wanted for something.
Actually, we hate to tell you, he really is him. The wanted guy.
Probably.
Might just put on a few extra pounds to add it, you know, to hide his skinniness.
Yeah. That's like I went out with one guy before I married Mike, driving up in Washington. We went across the Green River. Don't you know I'm the Green River Killer? It scared the crap out of me.
As far as our family photos we had done after our wedding, I looked like Charles Manson.
Oh yeah, he did. Yeah, he picked up.
Only two of them.
So we ready to finish this?
Thank you.
I'm glad you listened. I did.
What I'm gonna do, I'm turning it over to Dr. Waters.
Glad you did.
Let them know.
Yeah.
We can this water lily thing. No, but I got this deal here. No, they haven't sent me. This is
Talking about working. What was that? Then I come, next day I come in.
I like that. I like the way you think. That's good. Hey, on this next issue, I'm going to tell Harley and Vicky and Dr. Waters it's theirs. So just go to them. They met with them. Remember, you were supposed to go, but you backed out. I can't get off of work.
No, I could get off work.
You just didn't want to go?
I just needed the money.
Oh, okay. I know how that is.
Would have been my third week of only working 4 days.
I know how that goes.
So we ready to proceed?
I just needed to use the facility at that point. Taking too much water. I'll look for it. We'll let Harley know that you told it to him.
Question for you. When you're calling for the question, how do you mean it?
Call the question instead of move the question, is that what you're saying? Call the question, right. I see it.
Toss it right here. If you don't obtain the floor first, it's...
Call the question.
Loved it when I ran out of time.
Pardon?
I loved it when I ran out of time.
Going here. I forgot to do this. Put under plaque, we do it. I'll just close the next meeting.
Okay.
If I may, could I get the board back into their chairs, please?
tough one.
It's easy. What's so tough about it?
Yeah.
Totally different company, different contract.
Yeah, that's the way I kind of look at it.
Think about it that way.
That's the way I kind of look at it, but.
Well, Harley, we're going to have the pleasure of listening to that a third time.
What's that? Yeah.
I'd like to call the meeting of the town board back to order, please. Have as chair. And this brings us to item 16, discussion possible decision to amend the lease with option to purchase agreement with Groponics Nevada to extend the deadlines identified in paragraphs 5C, II1, and 6 by 6 months to change the name on the agreement from Groponics to Water Lily Ranch and all matters properly related thereto. Who's the brave soul? Mr. Culkin.
What am I supposed to be brave about?
You want me to speak on this?
Well, three of us went and talked to Mr. Kashani, so why don't you start? We'll go over that first, I think, probably.
Well, I'll go over it briefly. We met with Mr. Kashani, and he answered all our questions. He was very gracious. He is changing directions, though. Groponics was a franchise, and he's decided that he is not going to be affiliated with them. As he said several times very vehemently, I fired him. He's going to build his greenhouses. He's going to hire a grow master, which I understand is like a wine master. They're expensive. They know what they're doing. And he's going to build his greenhouses on his own, and he's switching from lettuce to tomatoes. And he gave us more information on tomatoes than I really needed. For example, he can produce 3 million pounds of tomatoes in a year, and the state of Nevada consumes 80 million. So he feels that between Nevada and California, he has a ready market for his tomatoes. He's changing the name of it to Water Lily Ranch because it is no longer Groponics. What am I missing here, Harley? Oh, the reason that he's asking for this extension is because he, in the contract that he had with the town, needed to start building by June, but because of the holdup with the county, he has not been able to start. And so he's asked just for a 6-month extension to give him time to get his problems with the county resolved.
I didn't find him very forthcoming with answers myself. I'm trying to weigh everything and do the right thing for what's in the best interest of this community. My first concern is that I'm looking at the original contract, not the one in our backup, but when this was originally done. And it says this lease is made as of this, and of course the date's not filled in yet, but by and between Town of Pahrump, leaseor, and Groponics Nevada Limited Liability Company, leasee, who hereby agree to the following. So, first of all, I'm looking at 2 entities entered into an agreement, but one of them doesn't exist anymore. And when we went and talked to Mr. Kashani, I talked a lot about documentation, which it didn't seem to be a big deal to him. Obviously, Mr. Kashani is from another country, and his very adamant position seemed to be that if he says I'm going to do something, that's all he needs. And maybe wherever he comes from, that works. But in our country, a handshake's kind of all right to get things going, but we like to see documentation. And I made the comment that I didn't see anything about Groponics in writing that you actually had a franchise with them. So let's just say it's like McDonald's. I'm not going to argue about the validity of McDonald's. I just don't see that you really have this franchise. And that's when he divulged, that was the first I knew about it, that he never actually had a franchise with them. And then he gave his reasons why he did not want to enter into a franchise agreement with them, and I didn't disagree with his reasons. They want you to buy the seed from them, just like any franchise. They want you to buy everything, lock, stock, and barrel from them, so basically they're making a money off everything you do. So that originally was going to be about lettuce. Now he says he wants to grow tomatoes, and I asked him, well, isn't it more expensive to grow them this way? And he says yes. And so I'm wondering about, is this, part of my decision has to be, do I think this guy's going to be successful? And I do have some questions about this, because if he's going to sell the most expensive tomato, I don't think the casinos in Vegas, which I might be wrong, but I got a feeling they buy produce like you better eat it today or it's not going to be too good tomorrow. I don't think they're looking for a most expensive tomato. And so I'm not real sold on it's even a good idea. It's not like, meaning that if I was thinking that it was a really good idea, I really want to bend over backwards to try to bring something to Pahrump. Now, when we were discussing, he was mentioning 4 months, and I'm going, I don't want this board to look foolish that, we give you a 4-month extension, and then you come back and say, well, that wasn't enough time. Look, what's it going to take for this to happen? And he said 6 months. And so I'm thinking, okay, well, then that's what it needs to be then. Because if we're going to vote on this, I haven't made up my mind yet. I want to hear from your other board members, but I'm thinking if we're going to give this guy the 6 months, and that's it. Part of this motion needs to be no more. That's it. It's done. And I also want a monthly report from this guy, and I want to hear monthly from him, not Mr. Kohlbarger saying, well, this is what I think's happening. I want this guy in his own writing, whatever, to let us know what he's doing, because so far he really hasn't communicated with this board and let us know what's happening, and that. That's part of the problem here. Is I'm not feeling that this, like when I talked to him, I didn't, like I'm talking now, I'm talking from my heart. I didn't get that from that guy, I got like more like the third world business, where we're all a bunch of peasants. Well, the people with money make things happen, so I didn't want to react in the way I kind of felt like it, but I want to do the right thing for this community, and I don't want to bring a liability. And another thing about it is this, I'm concerned about where the county is. So I went to Mr. Kunze's office, and he got back to me, and he sent me this email, and I'll read it to you because I don't want to say it in the manner you're thinking, well, that isn't what he said. He says, Harley, I was given a message from you indicating you needed something from me in writing regarding what the county intended to do if the Groponics deal went forward. This is a difficult question for me to answer because it is not my decision. The board would need to direct me to take some action if they want to pursue it. I do not have the independent authority to initiate a lawsuit to enforce the deed restriction. He's still claiming, obviously, there's a deed restriction. I have not had a discussion with the commissioners about their intentions might be. My suspicion is I will be asked to pursue an action, but I cannot say that with any certainty. If and when the issue presents itself, we would have to have an item placed on the agenda for the board to make a decision. I wish I could give you more definitive answer. Please let me know if you have any other questions. So he's kind of leaning towards, I interpret, that if we move forward to do something, then they're going to move forward to do something. So, but that may not happen. So that's why I'm at a quandary here. I mean, it's maybe you other board members are a little more fortunate than me, but I got a lot of questions, and I don't really see a clear course here because I'm told that Groponics or Mr. Kashani is the same thing. So maybe our attorney could advise me in that. That might help me a little bit here. But I'm seeing that Groponics doesn't exist by Mr. Kashani's own word, so to speak. But is this still Mr. Kashani? Is it one and the same?
So is your question whether the company Groponics LLC still exists?
No, my question is, in the contract here, the reference to Groponics Nevada Limited Liability Company, is that still the same as Mr. Kashani?
Well, you have an agreement with Groponics as a limited liability company formed in Nevada. That's the agreement that you have. I mean, that's the entity that you've made the agreement with. Where he's at now, whether that's simply a name change he wants to engage in or that's some other entity, I don't know the answer to that question. I haven't talked to Mr. Kashani about that.
Well, let me rephrase my question a little bit. Would it be proper for me to assume that because Groponics Nevada Limited Liability Company, so to speak, doesn't exist anymore, that is a default in this contract?
Well, I don't have any information that that company no longer exists. Well, I haven't seen anything. I couldn't give you an opinion of whether it exists or not. I assume it does. If you're telling me it doesn't, then I don't know where the obligation, if the company ceases to exist, and that's the party to the agreement, I'm not sure what they plan on doing from there. They have the ability to assign the lease, and you can't unreasonably withhold your approval of that assignment. But these are questions that are difficult to answer at this stage because I'm not sure where Mr. Kashani is.
Well, this board, or I should say the past board, when this contract was voted on, received a presentation from Groponics. They are not in this picture anymore. And Mr. Kashani never actually had a franchise with Groponics. Yes. And
no, he said he fired them.
Point of privilege, please.
Well,
Keep the comments down while the...
He never actually got a franchise with him, which is one of the, and that came up because I said I never saw no documentation. Then he basically said, well, there couldn't be, so to speak, because he never did sign anything with him. And so I'm trying to understand here if we have an obligation to move forward with this contract, in the context that Groponics, he has no association with anything to do with Groponics, but that's what the thing here says.
But he can assign it to himself.
Well, there's a company that was formed called Groponics LLC, and it entered into an agreement with the town where the town would lease the property to them, and they would use that lease to develop a hydroponics project. How he intended to do that or how that company intended to do it, I'm not sure. It doesn't spell out in this contract that it has to be through a franchise agreement with another Groponics entity somewhere else.
So you're saying that if he wants to change his name of this, then we would have to respect that it's still the same thing? Is that what you're, in regards to the contract? Is that what you're saying?
Well, possibly. If it's simply a name change, and he still has the same corporate structure and using the same entity as recognized by the state, then it's probably just an amendment of the contract to reflect the current name of the company.
Because as you said, the contract doesn't specifically say that he has to deal with Groponics. It's just in the name of it, but of course he's not associated. I'm trying to understand our legal obligation here before I make a decision.
Well, in the contract, you've got spelled out in paragraph 27, Groponics Nevada is an LLC, and it's a limited liability company in good standing. So I don't have information from Mr. Kashani of whether or not he's dissolved that company, and that company no longer exists.
This is not the correct conversation from the attorney. If you'll allow me to speak, I have in my hand a record from the Secretary of State of Nevada. The record shows 36 files under Mr. Jack Kashani. In those 36 files, there is no record filed with the state of Nevada for a Groponics LLC. Therefore, the lease option that states Groponics is not item 27, Groponics Nevada LLC is a limited liability company in good standing. It is not. It has not been registered with the state of Nevada. It is not in good standing. Mr. Kashani has his signature on this document and had it notarized that these items were truthful.
Mr. Chair,
He's lied. He signed in front of a notary saying that this is true. It states number 27, Groponics Nevada LLC is a limited liability corporation, good standing. If you would like to see, the attorney is sitting here saying
Mr.
it's
Huff, what
it's
was
in
the
good
date on that
standing.
document, please?
That's the information.
What was the date on that document, please?
This is 4/12/2011. That's about like today.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask Mr. Huff if the Water Lily Ranch appears on there?
Yes, indeed it is.
Okay, well then that might be that he just changed the name to that.
No, you can't change the name because the 36 that are on there, there's only 10 active of 36. 9 have been revoked. The rest of them have been dissolved, including the World Market Center Tower LLC. Merger dissolved because it's been claimed by the bank. He no longer owns either one of the towers.
Is there a date on the form that you have about Water Lily Ranch when it
Yes, indeed
was
there
created?
is. Water Lily Ranch is 11-18-10, Water Lily Ranch LLC. He states that Jack Kashani is managing partner.
That's when we approved it. It was in November 18th.
Yeah, I have it here. I got it.
Where may want to table?
Date on the contract.
This was, 29th was the date it was approved, actually, so 18 was 11 days before.
Mr. Chair, are we in public comment or still on board?
That was a point of information.
Okay, thank you.
Not public comment.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just to clarify, I'm not representing that Groponics is in good standing. I'm just telling you what is the language in the contract. I haven't looked
Correct.
into that issue.
No, I understand that.
Mr. Chair?
Say whether or not, I mean, all he can do is tell you whether or not the contract is null and void, or, and as I listen to it, with the information that you're requesting from legal counsel, my only advice would be that there needs to be more research done into this. And part of the reason that we extended the time period for our backup was so that the board members could receive the backup sooner to get these information.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'm looking at the agenda from November 9th, 2010. That's when the Groponics issue was on there. So it sounds like right afterward that this was created. I would agree. I think before we make a decision, I think we need a little more legal advice.
Well, if I may, I would like for you to poll the board and find out what exactly that they want, because Harley is bringing up good points, but it would be pointless to come back in 2 weeks and say, but wait a minute, I want to know this. So let's get a list of what we want from the attorney tonight. I know you want to check on the Groponics.
Well, my concern is this agreement valid or is it not because of the name change? That's what I need to
Are
know.
you making a list, Mr. Kohlbarger, for us? Okay.
Because I think it's very important to know whether if this agreement here is void now because of the name change. Obviously, that would have a big impact on our decisions versus if it's still a viable contract here, then, so we need to know if it's viable or not because of the name change. I mean, I think that's very important. It's the foundation of our decision.
Do you have any more questions?
That's all I got. I need to know if this is still a viable contract or not.
Is there any further questions from the board?
Yes, I do. I also question the LLC and am concerned why we don't have more backup documentation for the request. I don't see anything in writing from the party that is requesting it. I don't see a change in the executive summary, what the change of the plans. I appreciate the fact that our board members went and met with him, but verbal is not what's really helpful in really analyzing what it is he's planning to do moving forward. The executive summary that he had before was on a whole different concept. If we're going to be property managers now, which is basically what we've been put into, then we should know what that property is going to be used for, how it's going to be changed, if the plans, if they're changed, how they're going to be changed. We need some more information. The town has a company application for economic incentive form for companies coming in. I don't know why that can't be completed, so we have some detail. There hasn't been any movement on clarifying the deeds, and he can certainly move forward on pulling his own look at that deed and making sure that he's comfortable with that and making sure that the title company has assured him of clear title. There's nothing restricting him from doing that. I don't know why he doesn't move forward to do that. And also moving forward to talk to the planning department and seeking some information on the conditional use permit that will have to be received from the county. So there's just a lot of unanswered questions, and I agree. Also, as far as the water rights go, in the NRS, there's a requirement that there's public hearings whenever there's water rights being transferred. So that was never done, and the public hearing was?
Yes. We did that.
Well, then it would be nice to have documentation. I'm sorry I didn't find that. I would also like to know what legal fees we've encountered so far. If the legal counsel is going to be looking at this again, that's going to incur more costs. The last statement I received was in November. I'd like an up-to-date assessment on what the costs are going to be. And making sure that we have the right to do what is being asked.
I would like to make one point of clarification, because of the question that did arise with Mr. Huff and the technological age that we live in. I went to the Secretary of State's website. Groponics Nevada LLC is a registered active company. Their business license is NV 201018248087. They are a registered LLC.
Yeah, we have.
There's only one, and it says it's right here, right now. So it is under.
I have a copy of it.
It says it's it just says managers. It doesn't give a name.
That eliminates your question.
Bradley J. Hoffman. 228 South 4th Street, Las Vegas.
So you're seeing that that's still valid? I know that it existed initially because I received a copy, but I didn't bring it in.
It's like it's a brand spanking new company, just like he said when the last time he was here that his paperwork was filed. Apparently it has been completed, it's gone through.
Could,
Mr. Chair, it would be helpful if we could get up-to-date information as to the changes, the reason for the request, what's going to be happening in the future with the Water Lily Ranch. I think we just have more questions than we have answers.
I believe the manager has a comment to make. Point of privilege, you may not realize it, but the acoustics in here, the slightest sound from the back carries up here tremendously. Your whispers are heard loud and clear. We haven't started with public comment yet, please.
Mr. Darby, may
please.
I understand there's a lot of questions. All I was asking is I've got some of them written down. I just want to make sure I got them all. Could you just email them to me tomorrow morning? All the board, email your questions to me directly. I will get them to the attorneys and to Mr. Kashani and get you your answers. And if you're going to table it, and that's fine. And we'll bring it back in 2 weeks or 4 weeks, whatever the town board deems necessary.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to table and bring it back to the next meeting.
Next meeting, sir, or 2 meetings from now?
I'd like to see the next meeting. It's not, can the attorney have some answers by then?
We'll try.
All right, well, let's put it on the next agenda and hope they're there.
I'll second.
I don't want to drag this on too long.
Which is fine.
I just want to know clearly where we stand before we make a decision.
As long as we have all the questions that are out there as soon as possible, we can get working on it right away.
May I make one comment that was brought up in our meeting, and that although he wasn't specific, he has expended a good deal of money so far on this.
That's only the 10.
And if
Order, please.
And we would be liable if we don't affirm this contract, if we break it, we'd be liable to pick up all his expenses that he's expended to this point on this.
That would be a good question, Mr. Chair, for the attorney to address.
Send it to me, we'll get it. All right.
Mr. Chairman, I have one person that made a motion to table this until when?
I seconded it.
To the next meeting. Bring it back definitely to the next meeting.
Any further comments from the board?
Yes.
Mr. Waters.
And I hadn't spoken on it yet. I had a chance to meet and talk to Mr. Kashani as well. And I guess I feel as Mr. Culkin did, there were some things that were answered, some things were not answered, but he did answer all the questions I put to him specifically. And I felt very comfortable about that. I don't talk about it much. My time in law school, I am not an attorney, but I do understand contracts, and in looking at this contract, changing the name is not going to do a whole lot. And the thing that I looked at was whether we wanted to give him the additional 6 months or not. And I felt that because of the confusion, or whatever you want to call it, between the town and the county, he stopped what he was doing for at least 3 months. And to give him 6 months to proceed and look at the timeline, we have a timeline that he's committed to. And I would like to see, if we do approve that, if all the other questions are answered satisfactorily, then I would like to see him have the 6 months and then follow that timeline. If for some reason he does not meet the timeline, then the contract is null and void. And we have no problem with that. But as far as backing up, breaking the contract or anything else, I don't think we should even look in that direction. I think what we should do is let the legal side proceed until those things are done. I think we need to honor our previous town board. The previous town board made a decision. We need to honor that and move on. And once we have all of these questions, and very valid questions have been asked, those questions need to be answered. But we, as a board, need to make sure that we're not violating something, even if it's just being fair. Fairness is giving him the time to do the things that we stopped him from doing. That's what we are.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr.
For me, this is a real unfortunate situation because, trying to bring jobs to our community should be a positive thing. So basically, I see this board sitting in this place. And if we make Mr. Kashani happy, the county might make us unhappy. Yeah. If we make Mr. Kashani unhappy, then the county's happy. I mean, we don't seem to be able to win here. And so I'm just trying to figure out, this is going to be a balancing act, and obviously, in my mind, I'm going to have to go with which one weighs a little bit more, and I need a little more information. If it wasn't for the county, I wouldn't have a problem with the 6 months thing because I don't know how it's going to happen anyway. But I'm afraid if we make Mr. Kashani happy, I'm looking at the county. I don't see Mr. Kunze being a wishy-washy kind of guy. And he has been very adamant about his position on this. And I just can't imagine that he's just going to forget about it if we decide to move forward. I just don't, so we're just between this rock and a hard place.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
if the county stops it, or if legally it's stopped in any way, we're back to square one. We have the property back. Mr. Kashani is out. So again, legally, I think that what we should do is proceed on and let the legal let it find itself out. That's where we are.
He breached the contract because of the timeline now. Why are you being taken an admonition for that?
We're not into public comment, or you haven't asked for the floor.
No, you guys, you put yourself in this position, you've kept yourself in this position. Now you're gonna do it for another 6 months. What good is it gonna do? Except keep everything behind.
I didn't hear anybody ask for public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
You're not listening to anything anyway. It's ridiculous. Another 6 months. Nobody's going to have any more answers.
Mr. Chair,
Can't even answer these now.
I've spent an inordinate amount of time looking at this, and I understand the frustration and the concern because every time I try to get answers, I find more questions. So if we could just take the time to have the questions answered and have our board present to staff those questions and make sure that within a 2-week period they come back. That was certainly the intent of putting our our agenda items in 10 days ahead of time. This should have gone to council ahead of time. So to hear that you don't know the answers makes me concerned that this process of putting them in so early perhaps isn't working. So if we could give you 2 weeks and ask you and staff to please come up with the answers for us, it would be appreciated. So I don't know if we can act on anything.
We already have a motion to table till the 26th. All those in favor of tabling this until the 26th, until legal and staff can get back with the questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No public comment?
Not on a tabled item? Not on a tabled item.
Mr. Kohlbarger, perhaps you could talk to the county, maybe the county manager and Mr. Kunze, and maybe get some kind of an agreement that if they're inclined to take action in regards to this, that they wouldn't, and they would, if we were to go forward with the 6 months, and they would wait at least to see the 6 months if anything happens. So why bother, doing anything? Because
I would really appreciate if there is comments from the citizens that you please get in touch with us and let us know your thoughts on it outside of the meeting here, and let us know how you feel about. I know many of you have voiced your opinions in the past, but let us know. Thank you.
Mr. Darby, you want me to answer Mr. Calkin?
Can I say something?
You want me to answer Mr. Calkin?
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I will be glad to contact Mr. Kunze and Mr. Osborne and request that.
thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I say something?
Mr. Irving.
We have sat here for a year and a half, listening to that man there and that man there slam dunk us trying to get a fairground started. So they go out and they get them doggone company that doesn't even exist anymore. And the doggone way you're sitting here, Mr. Calkin asked him a simple doggone question, and he couldn't even answer him. And what we're doing, we're sitting here working our butts off, trying to make this community something, and all you guys can do is just sit there and say, well, we'll give you another 2 weeks. It ain't going to happen with that man. He's going to give you all the lies like he's given to you for the last year.
Point of.
I'm sorry, but I get a little bit ticked off when I see stuff like this that has to be done, and all you guys are doing is sitting there, well, go give them 2 more weeks. 2 more weeks to do what? 2 more weeks for them to figure out how they can get Mr. Kasani in here? And that's the way it is. I'm sorry.
Bob,
Thank
it's
you.
going to be answers to.
Thank you. Thank you. Item number 17, discussion, possible decision to approve resolution 2011-04, a resolution creating a community event center solution task force.
This isn't the town board meeting. This is the cotton picking. Let's wait another 6 months.
Mr. Chair, since I introduced this at the last meeting and moved it forward to this meeting, I would like to see if we can take a short time to look at it and decide if this is something that's worthy of moving forward. It's just a matter of really asking the public to come in and bring their ideas and their thoughts to what it is that can be done as far as a community event center. It is a time where deliberation can go on and time can be taken to really look at an issue instead of trying to do it in a void or in a short time period. So we have the opportunity now to really look at all the options as to what we want to do with a community event center or to redo the Rood Center. When I talk to people, I know it's the heart of our community when we have public space, and when we don't have public space, we lose the ability to come together as a community. So if if we can look at this and decide if this is worthy of moving forward, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
I do have a comment, if it's all right with the chair.
Parker.
I think that it's a great idea to get public comment. I'm really glad that you brought that up, but my problem is with setting up another advisory board. This is something that the mechanics of it need to be done with our engineering company and with our staff. What I would suggest in lieu of an advisory board is a series of workshops. They're a lot, like we did with Last Chance Park, they're a lot less formal. People can speak longer than 3 minutes. You actually have dialogue going back and forth. And I think that would really be the way to work it. And I would even like to do like we did with the Incorporation Board, where we had a workshop on the north end, we had a workshop down on the south end, as well as the community center.
Mr. Chair, I know there is a difference between an advisory board and a task force, and the task force is really one that just takes that particular task on and does not have any longevity to it. It's just a process of bringing that ability to deliberate on an issue and bringing people together that have the expertise. And there's nothing wrong with having workshops, certainly, and moving forward with workshops. Also. It's like an ad, yeah. It's just bringing the experts together, everybody around the table that has the interest in looking at what the issue is, bringing it, having the not only staff but town board members, citizens with architectural background, with public properties background, just whomever will feel that they can contribute to looking at a event center that might be different than what we have now or the same. But if we can look at the opportunity to have a vision out there, this might be it. But certainly there are other ways. I'm not.
I kind of feel that it needs to be a little less formal than a task force, because if you got a task force, that's really kind of a slap in the face to staff and to the engineering firm. We need people with vision and what do you want, and then translate it to them and let them run with it. Bring their plans back to the workshop. We'll look at it again. But that's the way that I see it, rather than a task force. We have a good staff and we have a great engineering firm.
And they certainly would be at the table also.
Mr.
Kohlbarger, Mr. Kohlbarger.
Whoever you are down there.
Just for the record, I'm younger and better looking.
Younger and better looking than what?
Mr. Calkins. Mrs. Endersby and I talked about this, and I advised when she first brought it that staff had issues with it. And then I talked with Mrs. Endersby when she had a meeting with Dr. Waters and I in the office. And she, what she had said made sense. I took it back to the staff. The staff had no issues with it. We would assist in any way, shape, or form. And if you want to do task force, or if you want to do as Last Chance Park, we're there. We'll help. We'll do what you got to do.
Okay. Are you putting that in the form of a motion?
Yes, I'd like to move to approve Resolution 2011-04, creating a Community Event Center Solutions Task Force.
I'll second it for discussion because I have a few more questions. Could somebody explain exactly how this task force would operate?
They would be a board that would be formed from the initial appointment of 2 town board members and a county commission member, and those people would look at the applications that come in for others interested, and then the experts, if you want to call them, that they would come and bring the information forward as they find that they have information, and then that could be looked at, and planning can be done around what the Beck Engineering comes forward with, what Valley Electric, what architects might want to look at, just bringing out a plan that could be looked at that has possible a number of different options that would be presented to the board. And since it doesn't look like it's going to be an immediate decision as to what's going to happen, there is time for that board to really help get that information together for us, so that staff, seems to me, will be very instrumental, but to try to do it all might be very time-consuming. It would be nice if we had citizen input and the ability for citizens to also join in and bring their expertise, if there is some willing to come forward.
If I may, the problem that I see with this is a task force is basically an advisory board, and you have very few public come to any advisory boards. But workshops, people come, and that's where I see the difference. If you want citizen input, you're going to get a lot more citizen input from workshops, particularly if you put them in different places in town. You'll have an advisory board, and if 3 people show up.
Mr. Chairman?
I have a comment from Mr. Kohlberger, just a moment.
Yeah, actually, what Mrs. Parker said is correct. If you do it, you can still call it a task force, with all due respect, but run it. And again, as I stated previously in this town board meeting, the Last Chance Park project was done right. You participated. It was done right. And that's the best way to set this up. It's a combination of your task force and what Mrs. Parker's saying. You get out there, you let the people know, you hold it in different areas, south, middle, north. We'll help set all that up. Have everything up there, and then at the end, invite everybody to one location, and maybe we can even get some architects to come in on their own time, draft up what everybody wants, just like Last Chance Park, and then you have several options you can bring for the town board. I think it's a win-win situation if you do a combination of what Mrs. Endersby and what Mrs. Parker's talking. I'll be quiet now.
Yeah, and thank you, because that is exactly what could be done. The task force could choose to take the task in any direction they'd like, but certainly workshops would be a good one.
Ms. Waters.
Yes, I have a question for Ms. Endersby. Do you have anyone that has stepped forward and say they'd like to be a part of this task force?
It has not garnered any response from citizens. There is like a county commissioner that has said that they would be more than happy to sit on the board, and I would like to invite 2 of the town board members to also step forward and seek the participation of citizens.
Okay. With the commissioner already on board, I think you'd be very easy to get the town board members. Thank you.
That's interesting. I'm sorry.
You have a motion and a second. I don't know.
Have a motion and a second. Any public comment?
Yeah, Frank Carboni, citizen of this great little town. Just one question. How does this fit within all the other things that are going on? It's called a Community Event Center Solutions. What does that really mean? What are we really doing? Help me. Don't understand. Does it fit in with the, is this like the recreation center we used to have, or the Bob Root area? Is it going to fit into one of the fairgrounds that we're looking at? Is it gonna fit into one of the parks we're looking at? Is it gonna go back in the same place it is today? What are we doing?
May I?
Please.
That is exactly the questions that could be answered by the task force. There's so many options out there that we could move forward with. We could certainly look at the option of rebuilding the Rood Center as is, clearing it and starting off with a whole new concept to it. It can be moved to another area. It could encompass a broader scale of usage. There's many options that can be looked at, and with the interest of citizens to bring an expertise into what they've experienced with it and the limitations that might have been there, because it was an old building, it still is, and we still have challenges, and what could we have instead of. So we're not wanting to put the task force in any particular corner as to what they have to do. They could be discovering themselves what it is they could we could have, and do that through the workshops and through the community input.
Okay, so let me see if I understand. So somehow or another, this task force is gonna communicate with the other task force or the other boards that are out there to make sure that they're not stepping on somebody else's toes about where they may want to put another fairground, or where they might want to put something near a park or something like that. So how's that going to get all together? And then the other piece is, how's it going to pay for it? Is this, do we have the funds somewhere already set up to go pay for a new center that we're going to put in? Or is this something new that we're going to have to get more tax money for?
And I must say, I really appreciate these questions, because that's exactly the questions that would have to be answered before we could move forward on a decision as to what can be done with the Rood Center. So without the ability to bring some dialogue about those questions and trying to find some answers to them, we as a board would have to do it, or staff would have to do it alone. This is a process where staff, the town board, the county, citizens, and certainly anybody that has a particular desire that they saw that could be put into the equation can bring it to the task force and have it looked at also. So to answer your question about how it could be different than some other discussions going on, it doesn't have to be. It could be joined together with what if we did a whole look at what the fairgrounds could look at, and what would that mean if we had an event center or another Rood Center.
So somewhere in your motion, you're going to make sure this task force has the ability to communicate and coordinate with these other teams?
That would be up to the task force to bring those people in.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, not Dean Brooks. I almost wasn't going to say anything, but I feel that we have a problem in this country, and it's called government. And Jefferson said it very plainly. Government is force. It is nothing eloquent about it. It's almost bloody. They talk about passing bills in Congress is like making sausage. If you've ever seen sausage made, it is kind of revolting. And I see the same thing going on here. We elect a few people, and I'm no disparaging anything about any of you guys. I mean, quite frankly, I like you all, the ones that I know. But it seems to me that we elect a few people, and then they kind of guide things along, and a lot of the citizens are too damn lazy to come to a meeting and have any input. But maybe what we need for this town is a comprehensive look at what we want this town to be, and maybe have some sort of contest where the citizens, and it really push the citizens to come in, to offer plans, to make sketches, to send them in about what we want to do. What do we want this town to be? And it can't be just this board sitting up here deciding what it wants to be. It has to be everybody involved. Now, that's called democracy, and democracy stinks, I have to agree. Representative republic is what this country's supposed to be, that's how we should function. But I'm sitting here, this whole hydroponics thing, I'm sitting there wanting to pull my hair out. That smells shyster all the way. 36 LLCs? The guy's name's not even on any of them? I mean, it's insanity. So I think we need to take a hard look at where the heck we're going and what we're trying to do. And in view of the way this country is going, the whole country, can this town actually show the rest of this country, kind of like a light on a hill, hey, we're getting it together here. We know what we're doing. And I think it takes a lot of sin by the people, for the people, and of the people. And I think that's something that we're lacking here in this town with the town board, with the commissioners. There's people with vested interests that want to have it going their way. And I think we need to take a hard look and get this all on the deck and in the sunlight and take a hard look at all this. And how you're all going to do that, I don't know. But I know one thing. I can see this all isn't working. It isn't working around the whole country. It's not working here. I listen to people out there in the street, and some people are really unhappy. Glad my 3 minutes are up.
Thank you.
This is an opportunity for the people to really have a voice in what they would like to see for their community.
Butch Clendenin, citizen of Pahrump. I've got a couple questions. I don't see a problem with forming a task force, but I've got some questions. Right now, we have the Rood Community Center sitting there. My understanding is we had insurance on it. We had a mold problem and a roof problem. Is there a percentage of the insurance that'll cover that to get the building operational now till we decide what we're doing? Because right now we have a community center we can't use. I think the initial thing is we need to get that community center open for events that we hold there every year that we can't do now. If the insurance money is available now, let's use it. Let's get the community center open, and let's decide what we're going to do with it in the future and where the money's going to come from to do it. But let's get the Rood Community Center open now. I mean, I don't mind looking at the issues. Mr. Kohlbarger's brought that up. Maybe we want to tear it down. Maybe we do. Right now we have a viable building that could be viable with, and again, somebody's got a price. So you guys have talked about it already. I mean, can we put it out in public what it is? It's a question. I mean, it's public money. It's what the town's doing. We know what it is. It's already been done. It's already been abated. We already know. Can the public know?
You mean what's been banked or what the
No,
insurance payment been? Or
we had insurance that covered a certain amount, or
Right.
it did or it didn't. I don't know. That's what I'm asking. Can that be announced so we know what to do? I'd like to see the Rood Center open as soon as possible. I would like to see the committee formed to maybe in the future tear it down when we find the funds to do it. Because right now, you know, if you believe what the paper said, the town is in a deficit now. Where's the money coming from? I'm sure that's part of what the committee's going to do. That's what the committee's going to be formed. But right now we have a community center that is not viable and it needs to be. We need to get it open now. What's there, we need to get open so the public can use it. That's what it's there for.
Right, and I do believe that Beck was supposed to give us, or we were supposed to have a press release regarding the status of did that come out?
I got an actual note right here, get called back tomorrow morning to find out where the status is, but, actually, I know you have an email address. If you send it to me, I'll give you I can send you everything that the town board already has, and we already talked about it cost-wise. And that way, so your questions will be answered on that, if you don't mind, if that's okay with you, Mr. Darby.
That would be fine.
I would love for Butch to be informed, but I thought I was actually sorry that I was sick that last meeting because I thought that's when the release was coming out. They still haven't sent it out? As to the status as to... No, not the grant, the actual status of the building.
Well, you were waiting on the grant to pay to check out the building.
I'll get you a full update tomorrow, sir.
Thanks.
And again, that is why it's so important that we have oversight from the public, from the individuals that have their department heads that have their participation in making those decisions. Many people could be part of this, but it certainly gives transparency, it gives insight for everybody to know and ask the question so that we can move forward and find out why we can't have a community center or an event center.
If we have a deadline, if we have, when the board's voted on, and I'm assuming you're gonna go forward with this, and if we have a time frame on when the meetings are, if it's conducive to my schedule, I would like to volunteer for the board.
I would love to have you there.
All right, thank you.
Hi, Sandra Darby. I'd also like to bring up the fact that the Grange is now here in town, which offers a venue of a nonprofit organization to funnel money that people who want to give to charities that can write it off on their taxes. And they brought up the fact that they might, you know, if the community, the Grange is a grassroots effort, and if they decided that they wanted to help rebuild the Root Center, then people could funnel the money through the Grange and have a tax write-off, which is something to be considered in the event of helping rebuild the Root Center. And they might be interested, and I too would be interested in a task force helping on that.
Thank you.
Donna Cox, and I have a couple of questions. Maybe Carolyn can answer them. You stated in here that you wanted to have people, experts on this task force. Would those be experts in-house, or would those be experts that might cost a lot of money coming from the outside? Has there been any thought given to that, where these experts would come from?
Yes, you know, every time I encounter citizens here, I am so impressed by the expertise we have in our community. And I'm sure we have expertise. They might not be certified, but they're willing to give their expertise free as a volunteer. And as they did with Last Chance Park, architectural firm came forward and did some planning there. There was a lot of expertise that came forward, so I'm not looking at paid consultants. We do have paid consultants that would need to come forward with their information. As Mr. Kobarger said, Beck Engineering, Valley Electric has already done an assessment. We have that within our community, and I think that would go far in helping us look at it.
Yeah, well, I was just kind of looking at the not task force, but whatever you want to call it, with Last Chance Park, where, you know, all that money went to Mary Ellen Giapoli, and that got to be a big, expensive thing for an expert, and I'd hate to see that happen here. You're right about the community having a lot of experts. We have a lot of retired people that are amazing and have had a lot of experience, but it seems like if you can't spend money. And my other question was, you said there is a county commissioner that's willing to come forward and work on this. Do you know who that is?
Work two things here.
I appreciate you doing that.
Yes, Butch Boraski has offered to sit on it, and I think there's others in the community that could be willing to work alongside Mr. Boraski. I would like to see some of the people on the town board that have already had lots of expertise, as Mr. Culkin and Mrs. Parker, that knows many of the history and what's happening, also move forward and be a part of it.
And you also want to include average, just regular citizens on that board also, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. And I just have a thought about the Road Center, which Mr. Clendenin spoke about very eloquently, basically covered everything I wanted to cover, except for maybe in light of the fact that there has not been any final analysis came to the board yet from the group on what's going on with the Red Center right now, that maybe you want to put this task force on hold for maybe 2 weeks or so and find out what direction that's going in. Because if that's going to be viable to fix it and open it, then maybe this is something you might want to put on down the road, maybe in 6 months when finances might be a little better, or you'll have a little better idea of whether we can even go forward with a new community center or events center or whatever you want to do with it. But maybe put it on hold till the next meeting, because all these things do cost money. Okay, thank you.
Any further public comment?
I would like to just also, within the budget, there is budgeted line items of funds, and Mrs. Parker had referred to that in the past, that can go towards something that could be equivalent to the rebuilding of a root center or an event center or a number of different things. And again, we do need to look at expending some of those funds that we have in pockets of the budget, because if we don't, there is a concern that it could be swept by the county or state within their budget needs. So we do have to look at budgeting some of these monies and committing them to something. So there is funds available.
I just think we should concentrate on making sure that they're spent locally, yes, and not with experts that live in Clark County. Thank you.
Dave Stevens, prompt citizen. I've made the remark before. I've peeked through the windows, just snooping around there. Looked pretty good to me. Of course, you can't tell by that. But what they should have done right away is put some air in there, get it dried out, and put a little mopping on the roof there, $5 or $10 or whatever, and stop that leak right away. And you might have a roof center now. I don't know. But you can tell by the molding, there's little holes in the wall. There's one of them molds in there, a mole on the wall. You can tell by looking at the wall. I don't know, I haven't been in there. I can tell you if I look at the wall right away whether there's a lot of mold in there or not.
It's there.
I come from the state of Washington.
Lots of mold there.
And we got water up there all the time. And we would have mopped that thing out and dried it up right away. We would have got it warm in there. And you might have been able to see that. I don't know what I'd like to say. I've been looking in there. They got it all tar papered up, and of course you can't see in there. Nothing. Can't see nothing. It's pitiful. None of you people hardly might know a little something about construction. I don't know. You should if you don't. I don't know what Kohlberger and Vicky, I told her I was going to get her a sledgehammer, but she didn't. She'd go up there and tear that thing up.
I would, too.
But I got a contractor's license. Nobody knows that. I had it 40 years ago. And, of course, I went broke. I used to be quite a drunkard. And,
Well, at least it wasn't because you were bad at your work.
Huh? Well, that's maybe what's wrong with my brains today. I don't know. But I still got them. I can show it to you.
Could I answer
I got quite a history on some of this stuff. Talk about blueprints, I could probably draw that whole thing up there. Huh?
You're hired.
Oh, no, I don't get mixed up in that stuff anymore. Hell, I'm 82 years old. I ain't running around there. I'll hit somebody's side of the head with a hammer or something. I don't know.
I want to make a comment, please. I just wanted to assure you that the first thing that the insurance company did was put negative air machines in there and dehumidifiers. We
Gee,
did
I didn't
that.
know that. I didn't
Yeah,
know that.
I didn't want you to think that
Well,
we
that
were
was
negligent.
a smart move. Somebody had some brains.
You betcha.
Now you're taking credit for that.
Why not?
I gotta get out of here. But common sense is something like that. You can tell where there's mold in there. Take some of that plasterboard off there, and if there's like saw, I call it. You can pinch it on the wood there a little bit.
telling me you can see
Anyway, I'll go down there and look it all over anyway. I'll tell you what's wrong with it. I can never get in there.
Mr. Chairman, as I had mentioned before, it's not just an issue of the mold, it's because it's a government building, we're dealing with bureaucracy, and Poolpack, by the way, is the insurance company.
Absolutely.
So, you know, now we gotta worry about whether there's lead in the paint, whether there's asbestos in there, and all kinds of crazy stuff. So that just drags it all on.
You gotta learn how to be sneaky.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens.
Our guys will work for this town to fix that right up, I'm sure of that. Might be against the law, but. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
No, we never did this before.
You have to push the button.
Oh, push the button. Oh.
There you go.
You're an expert now.
Anyway, I never did this before, but,
Start out by stating your name.
oh, Linda Bond, not James. Our son told us, Mom, we moved up here from California. There's nothing to do. There's no entertainment for them except gambling. And it'd be nice if we can have something for the town, because he says, and it's true, there's nothing to do. But if we can look into, I don't know, festival, something, you know, they can do here. And I look at Burger King, and I see teenagers just sitting there, or standing, 4 or 5 of them, even at night. Because there's no theater, there's nothing. It'd be nice if we get money and we could do this for them and for the town. Because he said, Mom, this is a boring town. I hate to say it, but that's what he said. So it'd be nice if we can do something, not just have gambling, but we have something we can do with our kids, or just even what they had, that waterfall park. Oops, sorry about that. Just something. You know, they can pay $1 or whatever to get in. You know, that'd be nice. Oh, yeah, right, another bond, huh? Anyway, it would be nice. I thank you very much, and I'm glad we have this.
And thank you,
I
Mrs.
have
Bond.
to shamelessly put in a plug for the 4-H. If you get them involved in animal husbandry, the 4-H has a wonderful, wonderful programs in the community. They do more than just raising animals. They also teach them about sportsmanship and
He's
shooting.
31.
Not too late.
Find him a girlfriend.
I'm 52 and I just got involved.
Place to go to meet him.
Thank you, Mrs. Bond, because that really, the Root Center, our community center, or an event center, is really that public space where things can happen. And in the past, many things happened there. There were dinners, there were dances, there were meetings. The quilters met there. I mean, there were just many things. And if we can really bring that vision and dream out as to what it could be to meet the needs of the community, I think it would really answer some of those questions you have. And
It'd be nice if travelers could be able to go to theater, or if they stay over in the Nugget, something for the children too.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you.
See, part of the thing is a lot of people move here, you know, from the city, and then they don't understand this is a different environment. I'll never forget before Smith's opened. My wife is a checker at Smith's since it opened.
I know her.
And I'll never forget, I was at the restaurant, I think it was McDonald's, and some of the people for Smith's were going, what do these people do here? And I was laughing to myself, because here you entertain yourself, really. And that's what it's about, and that's why it's so important for this board to develop economic development so that people can afford to entertain themselves. You know, it's the cities that do a lot of the other things that you're kind of mentioning. Now, we did have a movie theater once, but in fact, if you know where the Car Quest is next to Sears, that used to be a movie theater, believe it or not.
What?
They must have brought a lot of dirt in, because it literally went down just like a movie theater and everything. But we knew the owners fairly well, and they couldn't make it. And then people were saying, oh, that's because they don't have first-run movies. Well, they were very cheap to go into. And if they would have had first-run movies, naturally, it would have cost more to go in. And so that wasn't it. And I'm 60 years old, but I still remember what it was to go out on a date. And I remember when I went to a movie, I really wasn't that concerned about what was playing. You know what I mean? And the cheaper I got in, the more popcorn I could buy. It's because people don't have money. And if we have things to do here, they can't afford the transportation to get there. That's what's wrong here. We've got to provide jobs and everything for people, and then these things will change.
We do need jobs.
And then they'll come.
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
Well, yeah. I'm sorry, but
Tell them to buy a motorcycle.
I saw the paved drawing, the map, and they had a theater there, a deal for teenagers. And then I thought, what a good idea. Something for everybody in one place. But anyway, that's my opinion.
Welcome to Pahrump. We're trying.
I know. Like, oh, Mom, what'd you do? Move down here. But anyway, thank you. I turn it off, right?
Yep. Thank you.
Dean Brooks again. If you have anybody in this town that's bored and don't know what to do, send them over to my house. I have lots of projects. And I'm serious. As far as the Rood Center goes, I'd like to make a couple of comments about that. Quite frankly, I can go out here and get myself 4 or 5 teenagers and grab the tools that I have in my shop and go in there and in a month's time have that place looking spick and span. Clorox kills mold. Very simple. I've used it for years. I've been in construction. I've been an electrician. I've had a construction company and went broke. I hired too many guys and had too many things going on at once. But the Rood Center is concrete block. There's nothing there other than the roof that's going to deteriorate. Now, I don't know how well the blocks are, how old it is, or how well the mortars, how good it still is. But a place like that, there was something I learned in a farm magazine. You could take those concrete blocks, if the mortar isn't that good anymore, you could take those, get some of those grinder sanders, ferrous, and you could go ahead and clean the paint off inside and out. You could take fiberglass, and it's a mixture of mortar with fiberglass in it, chopped fiberglass, and it's 3 times stronger to push over than the standard block. You could just coat that thing. You would have a solid building there, put a new roof on it, go to a metal roof, get away from the wood, and we'd have a center. You don't need to tear that thing down. You want to add something to it, add on to it. But I think it's insanity, and I understand what Harley just said about asbestos and lead paint and government involvement. Government is choking us to death. I don't know what we could do as a town board or as a group of people here, but back in my time, when I was a kid, I'm 70 years old, we had time, sometimes we'd raise a school. We put a school together. Small town in Montana. You just did things. You didn't fiddle around and ask permission from a bunch of bureaucrats who don't, quite frankly, know whether they got their hand on their head or their butt. This Rood Center it drives me crazy to see that thing sitting there empty when we could have it fixed already and be operating. Maybe we need to go against some government rulings. Maybe this town needs to become the town that doesn't necessarily follow all the rules and just does the damn stuff and gets it done. I'm all for it. I'll volunteer.
Mr. Chairman, you have to understand, we invoked the insurance company. Now, if we don't do what they say we need to do, they're not going to give us any money. So we're, again, between a rock and a hard
Well,
place.
maybe a committee of us need to go up there and grab one of them sumbitches by the necktie.
Hey, I'm ready to
and
go.
explain that we need the money, we paid the premiums, let's get it done.
Yeah, and by the way, you may not. A lot of people are probably surprised at this. It has a wood floor. You can crawl under that building.
Is that right?
Yeah. You notice the heating vents in the floor?
I never paid much
A lot of people never realize that's not a slab floor.
Yeah, Yeah, the floor is.
And the floor is sinking, right?
Well, if the floor is sinking?
Yes.
Then what we need to do is you pull out the floor and you put a slab of concrete in there.
There you go.
Put in some pit run about 3 feet and make a building out of it. I have all the answers.
Anybody else for public comment? Seeing no further public comment, we'll go for a vote. All those in favor of, I got my motion here. Approving resolution 2011-04, a resolution creating a community event center solution task force, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Any abstaining? I never heard you vote. Which way?
Aye.
Aye. 4-1. Motion carries.
Who voted against?
I voted nay.
You troublemaker.
Carolyn made the motion, Harley seconded.
Mr. Chair, can I ask if Mr. Culkin and Mrs. Parker would like to participate in bringing the task force together and screening the applicants, along with Mr. Boraski?
Certainly, I would be more than happy to assist in that.
We can do that, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Just tell me where and when.
That brings us to item 18, discussion and possible decision to approve formally requesting the Nye County Commission to redistrict Nye County pursuant to the Census 2010 population numbers in order to possibly increase the number of commissioners from the town of Pahrump.
Mr. Chairman, many years ago, the North, believe it or not, had 3 commissioners and Pahrump had 2. Well, then they decided, based on a census, that, well, we need to take a look at this. And they created some districts, tentatively, and realized that they were going to go from 3 commissioners to 1. Well, that didn't sit well with the North, even though we still had a majority of the population at the time. So they came up with this pretty bizarre system they got here. And District 1, of course, is at the very south end of Pahrump, goes 240 miles north and then some, and you're still in District 1. And if you live in Pahrump and you run for Commissioner District 1, even though 2/3 of the votes are in Pahrump, you're not going to win. You're not going to win because 1/3 of the votes are not in Pahrump. And no matter how much time you spend up there, many people have tried, you're not going to get any votes. And 1/3 to a half certainly isn't much of a difference. And don't ask me why, but some people in Pahrump are going to vote for somebody, as they did in the last election, 240 miles away. District 2 is the opposite. 2/3 of the votes are not in Pahrump. Only 1/3 of the votes in District 2 are in Pahrump. Obviously, you're never going to get elected then either. Now, based on our last census, one can clearly see that we had 17% of the people don't live in Pahrump. 83% of the people of Nye County live in Pahrump. But we have a board that is comprised of commissioners. Of 40% of the board represents 17% of the people. Doesn't sound fair to me. And it's unfortunate in the past, as an example, I learned after running a couple times, you're not going to win in District 1. I can read, so I looked at Nevada law, and I clearly, the law actually states that you can have as many residences as you want. And for qualifying for residency in something, the state must accept the one you claim is the one that you live in. They made a big stink when I ran in District 3, comparing me to some woman in Las Vegas that ran for something, but that woman didn't actually reside in that address whatsoever. She simply used somebody's physical address, turned out to be her maid. She had nothing to do with occupying that place. And of course, I prevailed in court. Spent a bunch of money doing it. But this unfair situation must end. It's very simple the way I see it. 17% of the people live out of Pahrump. That's one district. And it'll be a lot smaller lengthwise than District 1. And 4 commissioners would make up Pahrump. After this item was placed on our agenda, Sam Merlino, the county clerk, did call me and wanted to tell me about some things. Some I knew, some I didn't. She said that we can't redistrict and put a commissioner out of office. You would have to wait till the next election, right? Naturally. She also said that she had not received the official census results from the governor's office yet, so she couldn't do anything. She was kind of implying that it was up to her to do, but then she made some comments, and it's really up to the commissioners, and she agreed with that. So the commissioners would have to initiate the action. The way this would happen would be that the commissioners would decide to redistrict. It would become effective, obviously, January 1st after the next election. But prior to that, because we know that the districts are going to be what they are going to be after January 1st, then people would know that they can run for the new districts, even though they're not existing yet. So it's real simple to take care of this problem. I suspect that the county commissioner is going to fight us on this. We do have a majority of the county commissioners living in Pahrump, of course, but I haven't found that they vote in the best interest of Pahrump, but maybe you got a different opinion. But we at least have to try as a town board here to represent the best interests of this community, and we should be having 4 commissioners represent and live in this immediate area, not one living 200 miles away and the other living 240 miles away. And when I ran against in District 1 in the past, they said, well, we got a phone. Well, the phone's not the same as talking to people. It's not the same as participating at things that go on. Look at our meetings. What do we see? We see Commissioner Boraski's the only one who even shows up here. I've never seen, in all the years I've been here, a county commissioner from the north ever attend a town board meeting, and I've been here 17 years. So all we can do is ask the county commissioners to redistrict, and that's all this motion is. So with that, I'm going to make a motion to go ahead and direct staff or to ask the county commissioners to redistrict the Nye County districts, and do so in a manner that Pahrump is comprised of 4 districts, and the rest of Nye County out of Pahrump is the other district, the 5th district.
I'll second that motion.
If I may, since nobody else is talking.
I'm just trying to speed
Board
things
member
up.
comment. Ms. Parker.
Remember that, and I'm not going to oppose you on this because I really believe that we should have 4 commissioners, but they aren't going to do it. It's an exercise in futility. I was told that if the census came out and they needed more votes out of Pahrump to keep 2 northern commissioners, they'll just move the district lines so that they snag more Pahrump voters and they still keep 2 commissioners. I don't know what the solution is, but I would like to see the town board make a request of the commissioners that we do get 4 commissioners. Good luck.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
As I said, all we can do is ask. But for the sake of discussion, let's say that the commissioners decide not to act on this, then I don't think that'd be too good for one of our local commissioners running for election, and it would be good ammunition for somebody that wants to run for commissioner against them. So all we can do is ask. So.
Are you planning ahead?
I'm always planning ahead, but I like it here.
Mr. Kohlberger.
Just for clarification, you want me to draft a letter stating this and then submit it back to the town board for all your signatures, and then I'll take it to the county. Is that what your request was?
Yes, if that'll work, that works for me.
I have a suggestion, but I believe Mr. Waters was.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Ms. Parker. And in looking at this, I can't imagine the county commissioners voting yes on this, knowing that they're going to somebody's going to be out of a job, basically. And so, but I do believe we do need to ask the question. We'll never find out if we don't ask, and then we know what to do after that.
Mr. Chairman, I was wondering. In the past, we've had resolutions that went forward to the county commission, and regretfully, I didn't research and bring the one forward that I remember is in the historical documents for resolutions, and that was asking the county commissioners to have at-large elections of county commissioners rather than by district. So whether we want to ask that or if we just want to prepare a proclamation, a resolution, it's late, a resolution and present that, I'm not sure if that would be better. We could get staff input on that.
Let me speak while he coughs, if it's okay. I think the simplest thing, and I have no objections to resolution, but that just means that you've got to bring it back again, we got to vote on it, we got to discuss it, and these meetings are fairly long. The end result would be the same, whether he prepared a letter for us to sign, or we brought it back and talked about it again and did a resolution. So that's something to think about.
But, Mr. Chairman, the resolution is something that is in permanent public record, so that is kind of a difference if it is passed. So it is a little more cumbersome, but it's permanent, it's there for
But to be
future
equally
boards.
ignored.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it'll be in the nutpaper. It's public record enough for me. And on the subject of voting at large, I'm certain they would definitely be against it. Then they may end up with no commissioners. And personally, I try to be fair, and I don't think that's right. The North should have at least one person proportionate to their population to represent their interest. And so I think that the motion as made is fair, and they'll be noticed.
Mr. Kohlberger, you had a comment to make?
I was just gonna answer Mrs. Endersby. I have no comment, sir.
Thank you. Did we get a second on that?
Yes, seconded by Dr. Waters.
Thank you. Now I'm behind. Any further comment from the board?
What was the motion?
The motion,
Formally request Nye County Commissioners to redistrict Nye County pursuant to the census of 2010 population numbers in order to possibly increase the number of commissioners.
Okay, perhaps if Ms. Endersby wants a resolution, then I think you need to withdraw that and rephrase it.
well, I'm happy with just filing a notice to them.
Okay, that's fine.
Like I said, we don't need.
We'll
need to
vote
make
on
a-
that then.
Either way, they're served notice. We don't need to make a big
Thank you
deal
for
out of it.
making
Bring it
that
back,
decision.
Take more time.
Shall we
I
open it for
appreciate
public
but-
comment? Public comment.
I just got a comment. Don't bring that.
Turn your microphone on, please.
Please don't bring up at large. If we want to recall somebody, we can do it in a district a lot easier and a lot quicker than trying to go through the whole county. Don't bring up large, please. Don Cox, I'd rather see stay right the way it is, because there's people in office that I'd like to see taken out.
Good point, Mr. Cox.
That's not a threat, that's just legally.
You don't mean physically taken out, in the sense of.
Right, right.
Gotcha.
Thank you, sir.
No more headlines.
Any more public comment? Seeing none, we'll close that and call for the vote. All those in favor of approving a formal request to Nye County Commission to redistrict Nye County pursuant to the census of 2010 population numbers in order to possibly increase the number of commissioners from the town of Pahrump, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Brings us to our consent agenda items. We already voted on 19D and 19F was to be amended with the exception of Ms. Smithers,
Yes,
where she stays on the board.
yes.
Any other comments regarding the consent agenda items? I will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda and with the removal of Mrs. Dorothy Smithers from the list of people resigning from the Public Lands Board. So in other words, she will remain on the board.
Okay.
I'll second that if we rephrase it to be A, B, C, E.
A?
Well, we did D already, so we can't vote on that one again, so you need to rephrase it, Harley.
Okay.
I would also prefer you not to approve B because there's no minutes. So
That's right.
you're approving A,
Where is
C,
this
E, F without Mrs. Smithers,
No
and
D.
G.
No D, we did D.
I skipped over D.
Oh, okay.
I said A, C, E, F without Mrs. Smithers, and G.
What happened to the minutes?
How about if you withdraw?
I withdraw
yours?
my motion. I'll refer to you.
I will move
Too late.
that, we approve consent agenda items A, C, E, F with the exception of, Mrs. Dorothy Smithers, and G. We got it.
Okay, so it's Parker and Waters. All those in favor of accepting the consent agenda items with the revisions signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Mr. Chairman, G, was that put on by Dr. Waters? I just wanted to say, if you had to make me go to the dictionary and look up the word emeritus. I don't want to be voting on something if I don't know what the word means.
I think somebody owes me lunch.
Yes, I was told that somebody would have to go to the dictionary, and, but I'm glad you did. At least now you know what it
Yeah, I don't mind admitting it.
Which brings us to item 23.
He told me I got half his lunch, that's why I admitted it.
That brings us to item 23, future meetings, workshops, date, time, locations. Joint A is joint discussion between the town board and county commissioners to be held April 18th, 2011 at 7 p.m. here in this complex. The second item is the Town of Pahrump final budget hearing, May 19th, 2011 at 7 p.m. at the town annex. Any other future meetings, workshops, times, dates, and locations? Hearing none, moving on to item number 24, town board member comments. Anything from the board?
Yes, it's after midnight. That's my only comment.
Brilliant observation. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, it greatly disturbs me when our citizens are upset and leave a meeting. I would hope that in the future that we could be looking towards working with the PAVE group of people and whatever. They've put a lot of time in their project of bringing horse events and everything to our community. There's another group in town that has a Horsemen and Livestock Association. They also are looking to a similar thing. In fact, I've introduced the people to each group so that they can work on the project together. And this is what happens when people are frustrated, when they put a lot of time and effort into something that doesn't happen. And so that's why I was eager to get the last chance thing going tonight. And we need to be cognizant of that and not drag so many things on and try to get things done in our community. Thank you.
Any other board member comments?
Well, to Kiel and Harley, I think this board needs to stop tabling things to the next meeting. Bringing things back 2 and 3 times is just, it's not necessary. You need to come prepared to make a decision.
I agree, but the aquaponics thing is a little bit tough.
My only comment would be to ask staff that because the way that we requested the agenda be submitted early was for the town board members' review, and that we actually get it earlier than the Friday before. With that, I call this meeting adjourned.
Done good tonight. Tough night, huh? us from getting sued. Yeah, but they're suing him, not us.
They won't sue us, they'll sue us because we gave them the contract.